इष्टममरनरवन्द्यम् भूतमहेश्वरभूज्वलभास्करम् इष्टममरनरवन्द्यम् वन्दे वेदतनुमुच्छ्रितगर्भित कामकाञ्चनवन्द्यम् वन्दे वेदतनुमुच्छ्रितगर्भित कामकाञ्चनवन्द्यम् भूतमहेश्वरभूज्वलभास्करम् इष्टममरनरवन्द्यम् इष्टममरनरवन्द्यम् इष्टममरनरवन्द्यम्.
ಹಾಡನು ಹಾಡಿನಿಂದೆಚ್ಚರಿಸು ಮಲಗಿಹ ನಮ್ಮ ಈ ತಾಯ್ನಾಡನು ದೂರದೊಡವಿಯೊಡೆಲ್ಲಿ ಲೌಕಿಕ ವಿಷಯ ವಾಸನೆ ಮುಟ್ಟಲೋ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಗಿರಿಗುಹೆ ಕಂದರದ ಬಳಿ ಜಗದ ಕಲಿಪಿಲಿ.
Good morning, everyone. I request everyone to please settle down fast. Volunteers, please guide the students as well as faculty members. Everyone, please settle down fast. We request you all to switch your mobile phones to silent mode to avoid any disruptions during the program. Volunteers, please guide the students as well as faculty members to their respective places. We request everyone to switch your mobile phones to silent mode to avoid any disruptions during the program. We request everyone to kindly switch your mobiles to silent mode.
ಲೇಡು ಸಾಧುವೆ ಹಾಡು ಚಾಗಿಯ ಹಾಡನು ಹಾಡಿನಿಂದೆಚ್ಚರಿಸು ಮಲಗಿಹ ನಮ್ಮ ಈ ತಾಯ್ನಾಡನು ದೂರದಡವಿಯೊಳೆಲ್ಲಿ ಲೌಕಿಕ ವಿಷಯ ವಾಸನೆ ಮುಟ್ಟದೋ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಗಿರಿಗುಹೆ ಕಂದರದ ಬಳಿ ಜಗದ ಗಲಿಬಿಲಿ ತಟ್ಟದೋ
ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಮವು ಸುಳಿಯದೋ ನೀಡೆಲ್ಲಿ ಜೀವವು ತಿಳಿಯದೋ ಕೀರ್ತಿ ಕಾಂಚನವೆಂಬುವ ಆಸೆಗಳಿಂದ ಜನಿಸುವ ಭ್ರಾಂತಿಯ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಆತ್ಮವು ಪಡೆದು ನಲಿಗುವುದು ನಿಜವಾಗಿಹ ಶಾಂತಿಯ ನಂದಿ ಅರಿವಾನಂದ ವಾಹಿನಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸಂತತ ಹರಿವುದೋ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಎಡೆಬಿಡದಿರದ ತೃಪ್ತಿಯ ಚರಿ ನಿರಂತರ ಸುರಿವುದೋ
ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮೂಡಿದ ಹಾಡನುಲಿಯೈ ವೀರ ಸನ್ಯಾಸಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮೂಡಿದ ಹಾಡನುಲಿಯೈ ವೀರ ಸನ್ಯಾಸಿ ಓಂ ತತ್ಸತ್ அறுவடை விதை விதைத்தவன் பாவம் பாவத்தின் காரணம் மரணம் வளரவே வித்து காரணம் புண்ணியம் புண்ணியத்தின் காரணம் பிறந்த உடல் கொண்ட ஆன்ம வாழ்க்கையின் வரையை கண்டிதம் சுமப்பது கட்டை மீறிய இருப்பவன் யார் கட்டு கட்டினை பெறுவது
என்று அறிந்தோர் சொல்லுவார் பெரும் தத்துவ ஞானிகள் கூறுவார் ஆயினும் ஏன் ஆன்ம என்பது நாமரூபங்களை கடந்தது முக்தியும் பந்தங்கள் இல்லா ஆன்மா எல்லா விதிகளை கடந்தது தத்துவமசி என்றறிந்து சாதுவனை பாடு தியாகத்தை பாட்டினை பாட்டில் எழுந்து கொடுத்து கிடந்தான் நம்முடைய தாய் நாட்டினை
பரப்பு சித்தனை உலகம் அறியட்டும் பாடு சன்னியாசி பரப்பு சித்தனை உலகம் அறியட்டும் பாடு சன்னியாசி ஓம் தத்சத் కలుగని అందరికి అని కోరు నీవు ఎన్నడు చెడుగు ఎన్నడు కలుగకుండని ఎవరికి నా వల్లను దివిని ఎగిరెడు భువిని పరుగిడు సర్వనాత్మను నేనేగా నా కనరకములాస భయముల నెల్ల చేసెద దూరమా
వీలు బ్రతుకని రాలని అది కర్మ నదిలో తేలని పూలమాలల వేసి కొందరు పూజ చేయుచు మొక్కని కాలచంది పోయ కొందరు ధూళి ధూళిల తొలగని అందరొక్కటి కాగ పొగడుదురెవరు పొగడక కొందురు నింద నిందకు వెంద చేరగ ఎవరు నిందికు నవ్వుదురు
పెంచు బంధము ధీర కల్లోగించు సన్యాసి పెంచు బంధము ధీర కల్లోగించు సన్యాసి ఓం తత్సత్ ಕಾಂಚನದಾಸೆ ನೆಲೆಯಾಗಿರುವುದೋ ಸತ್ಯವೆಂಬುವುದಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಳಿಯದು ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಮವು ಇರುವುದೋ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಕ್ತಿಯು ನಾಚಿ ತೋರದು ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಳಿಯುವುದು ಭೋಗವು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ತೆರೆಯದು ಮಾಯವಾಗಿರನಲ್ಲಿ ಭವರೋಗವು
ಎಲ್ಲಿ ನೆಲಸದು ಚಾಗವು ಗಿಡವಲ್ಲಿ ಸೇರದು ಯೋಗವು ಗಗನವೇ ಮನೆ ಹಸುರೆ ಹಾಸಿಗೆ ಮನೆಯು ಸಾಲುನೆ ಚಾಗಿಗೆ ಹಸಿಯೋ ಬಿಸಿಯೋ ವಿಧಿಯು ಕೊಟ್ಟ ಆಹಾರ ಗಂಧವು ಯೋಗಿಗೆ ಏನು ತಿಂದರೆ ಏನು ಕುಡಿದರೆ ಏನು ಆತ್ಮಗೆ ಕೊರತೆಯೇ ಸರ್ವ ಪಾಪವ ತಿಂದು ತೇಗುವ ಗಂಗೆಗೆ ಕೊಳೆ ಕೊರತೆಯೇ
ನಿಂಚೈ ನೀನು ಸಿಡಿಲೈ ಹೊರಗು ಸನ್ಯಾಸಿ ನೀನು ನಿಂಚೈ ನೀನು ಸಿಡಿಲೈ ಹೊರಗು ಸನ್ಯಾಸಿ ಓಂ ತತ್ಸತ್ तो जाना कुछ नहीं किंतु लोग सब बाकी हंसे तुझको देख के तुम्हारे को क्या दिखे। गणना कर मुक्त जाओ हर जगह हर गाँव तुम, सुख को मांगना दुख से टूटना, अंधकार में राही तू।
तू प्रकाश को दान दे, संसार माया छोड़ दे, ऐसे हर दिन कर्म शक्ति खत्म होने तक तू जा। मैं तू को छोड़कर आत्मा के अंदर शोध जा। उठो उठो तुम साधु गाओ, गाओ त्यागी गान को, गीत गरज के ठान लेके मातृभूमि जगाओ तुम।
तत्त्वमसि को समझ गाओ धीर सन्यासी, तत्त्वमसि को समझ गाओ धीर सन्यासी। ओम
तत्सत् ओम तत्सत् ओम तत्सत् ओम तत्सत् ओम तत्सत्।
My would-be reformers, my would-be patriots, do you feel that millions and millions of descendants of the gods and of sages have become next-door neighbors to brutes? Do you feel that millions are starving today and millions have been starving for ages? Do you feel that ignorance has come over our land like a dark cloud? Has it made you restless? Has it gone into your body, coursing through the veins and becoming consonant with your heartbeats? Has it made you almost mad? And are you seized with that one idea of misery, of ruin? And have you forgotten all about your name, your fame, your wives, your property, your children? Have you done that? Because that is the first step to become a patriot. The very first step.
A very warm good morning to one and all. We welcome you all to the National Level Conference on Education in India, past, present and future, as part of 125th anniversary celebrations of Foundation of Ramakrishna Mission. Today's program will be presided over by Srimad Swami Suviranandaji Maharaj, General Secretary, Ramakrishna Mutt and Mission, Belur Mutt. And the chief guest will be Srimati Sri Devasena Garu, IAS, Commissioner of School Education, Government of Telangana. We'll start our program in a few minutes. I request everyone to please switch your phones to silent mode to avoid disruptions during the program. Thank you. May I now request our Adhyaksha Maharaj, Swami Bodhamanandaji, to accompany Srimad Swami Suviranandaji Maharaj, General Secretary, Ramakrishna Mutt and Mission, Belur Mutt, along with our chief guest, Srimati Sri Devasena Garu, IAS, Commissioner of School Education, Government of Telangana, and our distinguished guests to the dais. We also request Dr. V. Raghu, educationalist and writer from Bengaluru, to come on to the dais, and Dr. Mohan Raghavan Garu, Associate Professor and Head, Department of Heritage Science and Technology, IIT Hyderabad, to come on to the dais. I now request Swami Siteshanandaji Maharaj, along with our monastic brothers, to invocate the blessings of the God with prayer and opening song. Please don't clap for each and every announcement. Maintain the sanctity of this place. Thank you.
श्रीगुरुभ्यो नमः हरिः ॐ गणानां त्वा गणपतिगुं हवामहे कविं कवीनामुपमश्रवस्तमं ज्येष्ठराजं ब्रह्मणां ब्रह्मणस्पत आनः शृण्वन्नोतिभिः सीदसाधनं महागणपतये नमः प्रणो देवी सरस्वती वाजेभिर्वाजिनीवती धीनामविद्यवतु आनो दिवो बृहतः पर्वताधा सरस्वती यजतागन्तु यज्ञं वाग्देव्यै नमः ॐ वाङ्मे मनसि प्रतिष्ठिता मनो वाचि प्रतिष्ठितमाविराविर्म एधि वेदस्य माणीस्तश्रुतं मे मा प्रहासीरनेनाधीते नाहोरात्रान् सन्दधामृतं वदिष्यामि सत्यं वदिष्यामि तन्मामवतु तद्वक्तारमवतु वतु मामवतु वक्तारमवतु वक्तारम् ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः हरिः ॐ संगच्छध्वंसं वदध्वंसं वो मनांसि जानतां देवा भागं यथा पूर्वे सञ्जानाना उपासते समानो मन्त्रः समितिः समानी समानं मनः सह चित्तमेषां समानं मन्त्रमभिमन्त्रयेव समानेन वो हविषा जुहोमि समानी व आकूतिः समाना हृदयानि वः समानमस्तु वो मनो यथा वस्सु सहासति ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः हरिः ॐ स्थापकाय च धर्मस्य सर्वधर्मस्वरूपिणे अवतारवरिष्ठाय रामकृष्णाय ते नमः यथाग्नेर्दाहिका शक्ति रामकृष्णे स्थिता हिया सर्वविद्यास्वरूपां तां शारदां प्रणमाम्यहम् नमः श्रीयतिराजाय विवेकानन्दसूरये सच्चित्सुखस्वरूपाय स्वामिने तापहारिणे जय विवेकानंद गुरुवर भुवन मंगलकारी। 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 चिर समाधि गिरि शिखर से चिर समाधि शिखरि నుండి నరుల సేవకు దిగిన నరవర। చిర సమాధి శిఖరి నుండి నరుల సేవకు దిగిన నరవర। జయ వివేకానంద గురువర భువన మంగళకారి। భయము వలదు భీతి వలదు భయము వలదు భీతి వలదు। అమృత పుత్రులు మీరు మీరని భయము వలదు భీతి వలదు। అమృత పుత్రులు మీరు మీరని విశ్వమంతయు చాటి చెప్పిన విశ్వమంతయు చాటి చెప్పిన యతివరేణ్యాయుగాచార్య। విశ్వమంతయు చాటి చెప్పిన యతివరేణ్యాయుగాచార్య। జయ వివేకానంద గురువర భువన మంగళకారి। విశ్వవ్యాపక ప్రేమమూర్తి విశ్వవ్యాపక ప్రేమమూర్తి విశ్వద్యోతక పరమజ్ఞాని విశ్వవ్యాపక ప్రేమమూర్తి విశ్వద్యోతక పరమజ్ఞాని విశ్వముక్తి సమర్పితాత్మవో విశ్వముక్తి సమర్పితాత్మవో విశ్వవంద్యుడ జయము జయము। విశ్వముక్తి సమర్పితాత్మవో విశ్వవంద్యుడ జయము జయము। జయ వివేకానంద గురువర భువన మంగళకారి। జయ వివేకానంద గురువర భువన మంగళకారి। జయ వివేకానంద గురువర భువన మంగళకారి।
Thank you, Maharaj. Now, I would like to request our General Secretary Maharaj, our chief guest, along with all the distinguished guests, to light the lamp and invocate the blessings of the God by paying choral tributes to the Holy Trinity. Thank you, Maharaj. Thank you, ma'am. Now, I would like to request Swami Bodhamayanandaji, Adhyaksha of Ramakrishna Math, Hyderabad, to welcome the gathering.
ॐ जननीं शारदां देवीं रामकृष्णं जगद्गुरुं पादपद्मे तयो श्रित्वा प्रणमामि मुहुर्मुहुः सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः सर्वे सन्तु निरामयाः सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु मा कश्चित् दुःखभाग् भवेत् ॐ असतो मा सद्गमय तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमय मृत्योर्मा मृतङ्गमय ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः. Offering my humble salutations, the lotus feet of Bhagavan Sri Ramakrishna, Ma Sharada Devi and Swami Vivekananda, I offer my pranams to our General Secretary Maharaj, Srimad Swami Suviranji of the Ramakrishna Math and Mission, who has come all the way from our headquarters, Belur Math. I offer my namaskars to Mrs. A. Sri Devasena, IAS, Commissioner and Director of School Education, Government of Telangana. My namaskars to Dr. T.G.K. Murthy, one of the outstanding scientists that India has ever produced from ISRO, and to Dr. V. Raghu, Dr. Mohan Raghavan. My namaskars to all the distinguished guests, heads of institutions, principals, chairmen, teachers, and my greetings and good wishes to all my young friends from various colleges and schools. We are all here on a threshold of a very important event being celebrated all over the country. That is the 125th anniversary of the foundation of Ramakrishna Mission by Swami Vivekananda in 1897. 2022 marks the 125th year, and we continue to do the celebrations till December of this year. So we are almost in the end phase of the celebrations, which is going on from Kashmir to Kanyakumari and Gujarat to Northeast, in every nook and corner of the Ramakrishna Mission centers and in all the educational institutions of the country connected with the Ramakrishna Mission. So in Hyderabad, Ramakrishna Math, this is the third major function, third major conference being conducted in this year. On May 27th, we did a very inspiring, very thoughtful conference on unity in diversity, that is bringing all the different branches of Hinduism, of Sanatana Dharma in one platform, and the different acharyas and the teachers discuss the issues of how there is unity and diversity in our country. The second one was on July 1st. It was an All India conference on healthcare in the country. How Ramakrishna Mission is connected with healthcare. The whole concept of health, concept of seva, was put forth by Swami Vivekananda 125 years ago, even before the Ramakrishna Mission was formally registered. So in one way, all our centers in India are doing this Narayana Seva, this Vaidya Seva in the country. Just to give a small example of our health center near gate number 1, started in 1979 on July 1st. Every day, 700 to 800 poor patients are treated at a very nominal cost of 20 rupees to 50 rupees. And this is going on Rogi Narayana Seva as devised by Swami Vivekananda, which is a sadhana for us, which is not social work for us. In that way, we had invited the top doctors from L.V. Prasad Institute, from Bharat Biotech, from so many other factors, from New Delhi, etc., to discuss on how India can be healthy in the 21st century or in the next 25 years. And now today, we have taken another big leap in our offering this to the society, namely the education. Education in India is not just yesterday or today. It has been going on thousands and thousands of years, as all of you know. Lot of research, lot of thoughts, lot of seminars going on from the Taittiriya Upanishad time, which you will hear more when our General Secretary Maharaj presents the thoughts. And Ramakrishna Mission, Ramakrishna Mutt, whether in the deep south, in Ramanathapuram on the banks of the Indian Ocean, or in Lamdang, in China border, Arunachal Pradesh. Thousands of institutions, lakhs of students studying in different areas, whether it's a CBSE school, whether it's a state board school, and we have Vivekananda's vision of education for the 21st century or for the next 1,500 years is being implemented day in and day out. I had the opportunity of interacting with several students in the Northeast and Deep South and in the central part of the country. So that India's past, India's present, and India's future. Let us not worry about the name today, whether it's Bharat or whether it is India. Let us stick to the present because that is not formal. Let us not go into debates and politics into it. So this is another problem. Education, we immediately brand it as this and that. Education is education. Sun is a sun is a sun. The lotus is a lotus is a lotus. East or west, north or south. What is required is man-making education, character-building education, nation-building education, and by which the devil in man is reduced and the humanity is increased, and from there take a big leap to Chandrayaan called divinity. Animality, humanity, and divinity. What we encourage, that will come out. Yad bhavam tad bhavati. What goes inside comes outside. So education is such an important tool for transformation of the society, and NEP 2020, all the educators, facilitators present here of the platform, on the platform, including the Commissioner and Director of School Education, Telangana, they are scratching their head how to implement it. Policies are there, theories are there, practice is important. So for that we need stimulation, we need thought process. We need to move from darkness to light. Beyond region, beyond race, beyond caste, beyond politics. So that is why this conference is a very humble step, humble attempt to learn some new and innovative ideas and also to relearn any education, any department. Learning, relearning and unlearning are very important for a LKG student as much as to a PhD student. So relearning of some of the fundamental ideas which gives us conviction, which gives us faith, which gives us the momentum to take the nation forward. As the government of India calls it the Amrit Kal, and we also believe it, Amritasya Putraha, the idea of Amritatvam, the idea of immortality. So this is what we are trying to do today. The ancient principles of education, how it can fit in the modern times. There's times of AI, there's the times of chat GPT, the times of all Facebook and all being outdated and we become machines altogether. No, there is something else in the past. If the arrow has to go forward, we have to pull the rope of the bow little backward. That does not mean I go backward and remain stagnant. Learn from the past, recycle it in the present, reform it in the present, and make a great future. What's your problem of learning from the past? As if India's past is not there. All our grandfathers and great-grandfathers were illiterate and we alone are AI fellows. We are artificial fellows. Vivekananda calls us mustached babies. This is a Chennai word. Chennai lecture, Vivekananda used a fantastic word called mustached baby. Namby-pamby. Go back to the Upanishads, he had declared. The soul of India, the power of India, the breath of India is there. Not to deny any other things. Combine it with the present. That is what he did 125 years ago. What we want is man-making education, nation-building faith, and that will come through teachers, that will come through the parents, and that will come through the students. So this is a small attempt that we have taken up. We've invited schools, college heads, students, teachers, parents, youth, our devotees. They're all invited to discuss NEP because it's everybody's cup of tea. You cannot say it is only meant for teachers or meant only for education institutions. So teachers make lawyers, teachers make doctors, teachers make tailors, teachers make administrators. So we have a greater responsibility in education institutions to bring in the value system and to take our children into a bright future. So the idea is human excellence, and from there to spiritual excellence. So we'll have three kinds of discussions today. The first one will be the inaugural session, led by the chief guest and our president of this meeting, Swami Siviranji. And later, after the inaugural session is over, for 90 minutes plus, the students who are here will be taken to another hall called the Vivekananda Institute of Human Excellence Hall for panel discussion by the students. They will discuss, they will sort out, they will say what exactly education is, and it is time to listen to them also. Their IQ is very high, but little misdirected or misguided. So listen to them. Some of the panelists from different schools, from DPS, from Bhavans, and from Badruka College have come here. They have been nominated by their school. Other students will interact with them for 45-50 minutes. Here, a teachers panel will be going on, where Dr. T.G.K. Murthy, Dr. Mohan Raghavan will be sharing their ideas. Sumita Roy will be there. Other faculty members also can participate. And we expect maximum support, cooperation, absorption, and observation. These are very important for students. And my dear young friends, especially the young ones who are sitting at the back, I understand your problem because there is no mobile, this one in your hand, but there is a mobile here. Chanchalam astiram. For anything and everything, you should not clap. If you more clap, you have to eat more chapatis. Chappatlu ante chapatilu. And now, I'll tell you, you are sitting in front of a man, the youngest man in the audience, who is just 80 plus maybe, who is the outstanding scientist that India has produced. He looks very simple, no suit, no coat, no boot. But he is an instrument, because now ISRO is very famous. ISRO is talk of the town. ISRO is in everybody's mouth and everybody's brain. So we decided to bring in the scientists, retired scientists though. All the present students, the chairman, the directors are all his students. They were his students, 1970s, 1980s. He worked with the likes of Vikram Sarabhai, Satish Dhawan, Abdul Kalams, Radhakrishnans, CNR Raos, but comes as a child of the Divine Mother Sharda Devi and spends some time with us. And under tremendous opposition, tremendous obstruction, tremendous pressure from the West, he showed what Indian mind can do, what Vivekananda's brain can do. I was a college student, I was a volunteer when he invented for the first time in Indian history what you know as the eye of the satellite, thanks to Dr. T.G.K. Murthy. If the satellite is watching you or conveying a message, it is because of their contribution. And just like when all of you are stuck to the television, stuck to your monitors in your school, when the Chandrayaan-3 was getting its countdown, take off and then soft landing on the moon, how silent you were, how nice you were, how concentrated you were. Please follow the same thing, because you are in ISRO today. Not of Chandrayaan, but Vivekanandayaan. You are in Ramakrishna Math. This is a center of ambience, and from here we may conquer other parts of space also. One is outer space, the second is inner space. If you conquer here, you will conquer there. So if you lose here, you will lose Aditya also. Be careful. Silence, but absorption. Don't be sleeping with eyes opened. That is also a great talent of students. In the classroom, I know what happens. They'll be staring at the teacher. But when question paper comes, you will understand. Teacher ki buddhi ledu, out of syllabus ichchesaru. That your brain was not in classroom, that you will not agree. You will put it blame on the teachers. So concentrate, be focused, and participate well. And thanks to Dr. T.G.K. Murthy, he is staying in the campus. After the lunch break is over, he will be available for personal discussion with the teachers or with the students. You can ask any question on earth. Whether it is Sanatana Dharma, whether it is India, whether it is Bharata, whether it is ISRO, whether future plans of ISRO, he will be ready to answer. That will be done in our Institute of Human Excellence in the later part of the day. Those who are interested can stay back, and we welcome the students also for a few minutes after lunch. So we welcome each one of you for this program, for this seminar, and have a joyful learning, have a inspired learning, and let us all go back inspired and work out our problems, bring solutions to the problems, as laid down by our ancient masters, by Swami Vivekananda in the present times, and by other great acharyas and teachers in the future. So I offer my pranams to Revered Maharaj and other people who have accepted our invitation, and all of you. May Sri Ramakrishna bless you, may Mother Sharada bless you, may the great teachers bless you, and let us have a great educational conference of 2023 on this unique day, 9 September, when right in Delhi now, there the G20 is going on. And let us have some educational conference of similar lines and send vibrations from Hyderabad to New Delhi, so that they will also know that some discussion is going on in Hyderabad amongst the Hyderabadis. Unfortunately, Hyderabadis have got a very good certificate by other people. They say, Bahar Sharwani, Andar Pareshani. It's a joke, no doubt, but it's not good. Let us replace it. Let us use our brain, let us use our heart, and fulfill the vision and mission of Swami Vivekananda. Thank you, namaste, and all the best.
Thank you, Maharaj, for your warm welcome and for introducing us to today's theme of the conference as well as its importance. Thank you so much, Maharaj. Taking forward the teachings of Swami Vivekananda, the students of Vivekananda Institute of Human Excellence will recite the teachings of Swami Vivekananda. I request the students of Vivekananda Institute of Human Excellence to recite the teachings of Swami Vivekananda.
Indian youth are now at the crossroads. India's priceless spiritual heritage, which enshrines the eternal truths and wisdom, is now facing the challenge of materialistic values and unethical modern trends reaching the youth via the internet, TV shows, and mass media. Owing to the competition, consumerism, etc., life has become stressful and aimless for the present-day youngsters. In this dire situation, the life and teachings of Swami Vivekananda can be of immense benefit and help to all people.
Shrija, I can't do it anymore. Studies feel like burden now. I'm not able to take joy in the process of learning. Moreover, exams are around the corner and it's stressful. I feel like giving up now, Shrija.
Never say no. Never say I cannot. You are infinite. Even time and space are nothing compared with your nature. You can do anything and everything. You are almighty. These were the words of the fiery monk Swami Vivekananda. Manu, now it's a high time for you to know what Swamiji explicated about education.
Swamiji said, education is the manifestation of perfection already in man. There is no limit to the power of human mind.
How has all the knowledge in the world been gained but by the concentration power of the mind? The world is ready to give up its secrets if we only know how to knock, how to give the necessary blow. The strength and force of the blow come only through concentration.
Shrija, many great men were produced during the ancient times, right? And education must have played a very important role in this. I really want to know how the education in the ancient times used to be.
It is universally recognized that we had in ancient India a unique system of education which attracted students from all over the world. But unable to appreciate the wealth of Indian culture, the foreign education is considered it's useless and even unhealthy, and so try to replace it by their own. It is to the saints and seers that we now have to turn for light and guidance in the apparently difficult endeavor of reorientating the system of education in India. It is singularly fortunate that one such saint seer of India, Swami Vivekananda, has bestowed his thoughts on this difficult problem and has offered practical solutions which, if seriously applied, will facilitate in establishing a system that will be a harmonious blending of the culture of this land with the scientific methods of the West.
Swamiji said, the old system of education in India is very different from the modern system. It was thought that knowledge is sacred.
The bond between the teacher and the thought was peculiar to India. It is really like an adoption. The teacher is more than my own father, and I am truly his child, his son in every respect. I owe him obedience and reverence, and we carry this love, this respect for our teacher all our lives.
What we want are Western sciences coupled with Vedanta, Brahmacharya as the guiding motto, and also Shraddha and faith in one's own self.
Well, Shrija, I really want to know the progress of education from the British times till the present.
India was then under British rule and was experiencing upheaval in its cultural life. British rule had brought India into the world community, and English education and modernization had brought new hope. According to Swamiji, on one side, New India is saying, if we only adopt Western ideas, Western languages, Western food and Western manners, we shall be as strong and powerful as the Western nations. On the other, Old India is saying, fools, by imitation, others' ideas never become one's own. Nothing, unless earned, is your own.
The education which does not help the common mass of people equip themselves for the struggles for life, which does not bring about a strength of character, a spirit of philanthropy, and a courage of lion in it. Is it worth the name?
Education is not the amount of information that is put into your brains and goes right there undigested all your life.
Well, Shrija, yet another serious problem is the increased number of suicides in our country. So, how does Swamiji help us in this?
Swamiji says, you must not say that you are weak. How do you know what possibilities lie behind the degradation on the surface? You know, but little of that which is within you. For behind you is the ocean of infinite power and blessedness.
Hold the ideal 1,000 times, and if you fail 1,000 times, make the attempt once more.
Shrija, me and my friends, whenever we sit to study, we can barely hold ourselves for at least an hour. We get distracted so easily.
Swamiji has a solution for this too, Manu.
Swamiji says, make yourself a fit agent to work. Make your nerves strong. What we want are muscles of iron and nerves of steel, inside which dwells the mind of the same material as that of which the thunderbolt is made.
90% of the thought force is wasted by the ordinary man, and therefore he is constantly committing blunders. The trained man and mind never commit mistakes.
Shrija, I got everything that you have told me until now. Swamiji's words have stirred up a fresh vigor and enthusiasm in me. But now the question is, how must the future education be? Isn't it so ambiguous?
Agreed, Manu. The future education may seem ambiguous with coming of AI, advanced technology, etc. But a man will ever remain a man. And future education ought to focus on one primary aspect, that is character building.
Swamiji proclaims, we are always trying to polish up the outside. What use in polishing up the outside when there is no inside? The end and aim of all the training is to make the man grow.
What we want is that education by which character is built, strength of mind is increased, intellect is expanded, and by which one can stand on one's own feet.
Well, Shrija, give me one last advice. You know I aspire to become a teacher, right? So, how should an ideal teacher be?
The life and personality of a teacher should be like a blazing fire which could have a positive influence on the pupils in his care.
The only true teacher is he who can immediately come down to the level of the student, Transfer his soul to the student's soul. See through the student's eyes. Hear through his ears. And understand through his mind.
Therefore, today, let us not just hear, but also understand and imbibe the spirit of Swami Vivekananda and apply his teachings in our daily life and build a stronger system of education. Please repeat.
Utishtata,
Tishtata,
Jagrata,
Jagrata,
Prapyavaram,
Prapyavaran,
Nibodhata.
Nibodhata.
Louder, please. Arise.
Eyes.
Arise.
Awake.
Awake.
And stop not
And stop not.
till the goal is reached.
Till the goal is reached.
My pranams to all the esteemed speakers, judge, and all the audience. I'm Parvita. I'm currently in my degree first year, and I have been a Bal Vikas student from my 4th standard.
Namaste everyone. My name is Sai Satirth. I came to Ramakrishna Math for drawing classes. Then I've joined Bal Vikas when I was in 4th grade. Thank you.
Namaste everyone. I am Neha and I'm attending Balavika since I was from 4th grade.
Namaste everyone, my name is Gayatri. I have been coming to Ramakrishna Math since my 9th class. I'm studying in 10th now.
Namaste everyone, my name is Manushri and I have been attending Ramakrishna Math since I was in 4th grade.
Namaste everyone, I'm Srija. I am attending Ramakrishna Math since 4th grade and now I am in 9th grade.
Namaste everyone. I am G. Mihika Sonali and I have been attending Ramakrishna Math since 7th grade. Now I am in 9th grade.
Namaste everyone, myself Videep and I have been attending Ramakrishna Math since 9th class.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, students, for the powerful performance. I would like to invite our guest speaker, Dr. Mohan Raghavan Garu, onto the dais. I now request BSN Murthy sir, faculty of Vivekananda Institute of Human Excellence, to introduce our chief guest of today's program.
My pranams to the Holy Trio, my pranams to Reverend Swami Sivaranandaji and Swami Bodhamayanandaji. I am blessed with the privilege of introducing our chief guest, Srimati A. Sri Devasena, Commissioner and Director of School Education, Government of Telangana, who graciously accepted our invitation to be with us this morning. Srimati Devasena, Sri Devasena is a remarkable individual who has achieved great success in her field of expertise, and her field of expertise is selfless service to the society, especially reaching the needy. She holds a master's degree in arts from Osmania University and a postgraduate diploma in statistical methods and applications from the Indian Statistical Institute, Kolkata. She belongs to the Telangana cadre of 2008 batch of IAS, Indian Administrative Service. Prior to taking over as the Commissioner and Director of School Education, she rendered her services as District Collector of Jangaon, Peddapalli, and Adilabad districts. Through her relentless services, she won the hearts of the citizens in these districts. People there call her as Jilla Collector Kadu, Janala Collector. As Collector of Jangaon, she initiated martial arts training in government and private schools to 15,000 plus students of 12 to 15 years age group. This initiative brought several accolades, like 3 national awards and also a place in the Guinness Book of World Records. The seed ball technique she initiated in Jangaon was again a remarkable initiative, with making 1.5 crore seed balls to improve the greener pastures in that district. As Collector of Peddapalli district, she carried her legacy of giving her best by making it not only the cleanest district under the Swachh Bharat scheme, but also the best performing district, thereby bagging 5 national awards. She is a true inspiration for many, and we are honored to have her grace us with her presence here. Ma'am, you have been a source of inspiration to many, and your words of wisdom and encouragement will undoubtedly motivate the audience here. And the audience here is a mix of parents, students, teachers, principals, academic coordinators, so all the stakeholders in the education system. So may I now request you, ma'am, to give your insights on the theme of today, education in India, past, present, and future.
My pranams to the lotus feet of Ramakrishna Swami, Sharadamma, Vivekananda Swami, and Swami Bodhamayananda and Swami Suviranandaji Maharaj. And my best wishes to everyone associated with Ramakrishna Mission on the occasion of the 125th anniversary celebrations of the foundation of Ramakrishna Mission. I'm very glad, Swamiji, that you have thought that I am worthy of being here on the stage along with you. I never imagined that I would be seeing a person like you during my tenure here in the education department. I am really very, very happy and blessed to be in your presence today. Thank you so much. And of course, we have equally acclaimed people on the stage today, Dr. T.G.K. Murthy Garu, Dr. Mohan Raghavan Garu, and Dr. V. Raghu. Everyone seems to be having a doctor beside their name except me. So I'm neither a PhD doctor nor a doctor of MBBS, but I'm here today to at least share what I have gathered during my experience in the Department of Education and in the civil service in general, about what my experience taught me and what I can tell you today. And I hope every word that I speak will be, with the grace of Swami, a source of inspiration to all of you. I understand that we have here today teachers, we have students, we have educationists, and we have parents. So my first interaction or message would be to the teachers, because that's my forte now. My father was a teacher. I was a teacher for some time, and I belong to the Department of Teachers. So I think it's rightful that I speak to the teachers first. I never regarded the occupation of a teacher as a very great one for a long time when I was young. Because I used to tell my father, he was a professor in business management in Osmania University. And he used to tell me, Devsena, you should get into the teaching profession. And I used to say, Nana, why should I do this? Because every day you learn the same thing, you teach the same thing, you go through the same notes. I can't do the same thing over and over again. I want something new, something challenging every single day. So my father was not very happy with that answer, because I virtually, gave him a slur for all his 50 years of experience in the field of education. And he tried to counter me, and he gave me a beautiful counter. I was a student of music, and I used to learn Carnatic music with one of our very great exponents. He was in the Shishya Parampara of Tyagaraja Swami. His name is Neti Sri Rama Sharma Garu. I learned music with him. So he thought the best way to give me an answer would be in the language of music. So my father told me, how many notes do you have in the octave? So I said, 7, Sarigama Padani. Then he said, how many ragas do you have? I said, there are 72 Melakarta ragas, and more are coming, because as we as a lot of creative people keep coming into the field of music, more ragas are coming in. So he said, if out of 7 notes you can make 72 ragas and more than that, it is possible only because you mix each of them in a different way for each raga. That is how I mix my thoughts and my way of explanation to each student, and that is why it turns out different and it turns out like a beautiful raga to each student. So, when he said that, I really understood that it is not a boring profession. It is not something that you do over and over again. It's a new thing you do each time and for each child that you teach. And this was a great lesson for me. Though, of course, that didn't make me go into that profession. I chose to come into the civil services for various other reasons. My father's elder brother told me that, civil services is the right place for you. Why don't you try? And it turns out that I did that and also brought into reality my father's thought that I should be in the field of education for some time, at least in my life. So 3 years it has been that I've been in this Department of School Education. Now, when I talk of teachers, I would like to tell you the astonishing numbers we have. In this department, we have 103,000 teachers who are in the government sector. And there are easily about 2 lakh more in the private sector. And we have a mind-boggling number of 60 lakh students in only the students in the school education. We have this kind of huge numbers that we are dealing with. And I have 56 unions, by the way. If there are teachers, you will have unions, of course. So, this is the biggest department in the state. And why I'm telling you these figures is, despite this being such a human resource intensive department, what we find today is among the students, the learning outcomes for each class is so woefully low. You ask a 5th class child to do basic operations in maths, you will find that 70% are not able to do. At least that's what the National Achievement Survey shows us. Now, why is this happening? If our teachers are all doing their job and if our students are all going to school, of course we do have some issues of out-of-school children. The reason is that in the classroom, whatever happens, the classroom engagement between teacher and the student is not happening the way it should be. And more importantly, now when we talk about education in the past, present and future, in the past, the teacher was the center of attention. The student had to be at the service of the teacher. Today it is no longer the case. So the child's life was entwined with that of the teacher. Today that is not the case. Today we do jobs as teachers. We are not doing it because it is what our life tells us to do or what we think of ourselves as a life's mission. I'm not talking of everybody, but there are a majority where this happens because we cannot look at teachers as a job resource. Definitely not. And what happens mostly is that the front benchers get all the attention, the back benchers remain where they are. Sometimes they even disappear. Sometimes they don't come to school because they don't understand what is happening and the teacher is not bothering to give that attention to the child. And more importantly, the value the teacher holds in the class is not just because of what he or she teaches, but what he or she is, what his or her character is, how he is able to influence the life of the child. And all these are given a practical go-by in most of our schools today. I'm not trying to paint a bad picture. There are excellent anecdotes of wonderful teachers also. But let me tell you that this is not reflecting in our National Academic Survey, Achievement Survey. So since this is the season of our ISRO and Chandrayaan, and there's a flavor of space research going on everywhere, and we have someone here on the stage who will elaborate and elucidate better. I thought I will just take one small example to tell you how the teaching in the classroom has to be when as you compare it with Chandrayaan. I think you would know that Chandrayaan has 4 stages. 4 stages. Sir, you must excuse me if I'm not going to be very precise on this, but there are 4 stages in the landing of Chandrayaan. The first stage is when it is about 30 kilometers away from the moon. At that point of time, it has gathered a lot of speed. Now it has to actually slow down. So that point, it will slow down, and it gets a message from ISRO saying that it has to get ready from the horizontal position to change it to the vertical position. Our teachers, when they enter the classroom, this is what they should do. First, understand that you are going into a classroom with different mentalities, different backgrounds, different capacities. So you must give yourself that message that you are now from horizontal position going to the vertical position, and try to adjust yourself to what is going to happen in the classroom. The next stage is that where the velocity of the Chandrayaan becomes very, very less, much lesser than it was before. So you have to bring your mind velocity down. Like someone just said on the stage, that your ego, your feeling that you know and that you are giving knowledge and that you are talking down to somebody in the class, that has to go. That velocity has to come down. And then you go into the classroom with the feeling that you are going to approach every single student with equanimity and ensure that every child gets what he or she is supposed to get. So there your velocity is supposed to reduce. The third stage is when Chandrayaan actually is in the most difficult, this is the, as Dr. Shivan said, the last 15 minutes of terror. Okay, this was when Chandrayaan 2 failed. What happened during those last 15 minutes was that it is actually absolutely zero. Velocity comes down to 0. And there is practically no communication from ISRO to the satellite. There is absolutely no communication. It is now entirely up to the Chandrayaan how it is going to decide where it has to land. So that's how the teacher now should sit in the class while talking to that child in the last bench. What he is telling him or her, whether he is in the right mood, right frame of mind to take what you're saying, and whether you're saying it to that child in the way he or she needs it to be told. Some child will be there who does not understand the language, and you are going about saying, talking about, scientific details, intricate mathematics to that child. That child is not going to listen. That child is not going to have any interest. You will have to bring that child to a certain level of understanding before you tell them this. So this is where you are preparing for your landing. Is the mind of the child fertile? Is that mind of the child ready to take what you are going to say? That is the analysis you have to do, like Chandrayaan did before landing. And at that time, it is the most crucial time where you will not have any outside support, any kind of, in fact, you will have more difficult factors because the other children are all progressing and this child is not. Then comes the last and final stage of the actual landing. When the actual landing happens, the teacher is getting across to the child in the right way, and the child actually understands, and then happens your soft landing of Chandrayaan on the moon and your soft landing in the mind of the child. This, my dear friends, is very, very important. If the child is able to get something from the class, there will not be any out-of-school children. There will not be any problem in learning outcomes. And more importantly, the child is going to have a one-to-one relationship with the teacher and imbibe all the qualities that he or she must. There's a beautiful saying by Bhartrhari, Keyurani na bhushayanti purusham, haram na chandrojvala, na snanam na vilepanam na kusumam, na alankruta murdhajaha. Vanyeka samalam karoti purusham, ya samskrita dharyate, kshiyante akhila bhushanani satatam, vag bhushanam bhushanam. It basically means, Keyurani, beautiful diamonds and all, Keyurani na bhushayanti purusham, haram na chandrojvala. You, even if you wear bright diamonds on your necklace, that is not the real decoration or embellishment to a person. Na snanam, na vilepanam, na kusumam. You have a bath with essences and sandalwood and everything. Whatever you do to make your body smell good, that is not the real embellishment. Na snanam, na vilepanam, na kusumam, na alankrita murdhaja. Beautifully decorated hair is not the real embellishment. Vanyeka samalam karoti purusham. Vani, what you speak. In the class, what a teacher speaks, not just what you are teaching from the book, but what you teach them as part of your daily routine, and what you are comes out in what you say. Vanyeka samalam karoti purusham. That is the only thing that decorates, embellishes a person. Vanyeka samalam karoti purusham. Vanyeka samalam karoti purusham. Ya samskrita dharyate. Samskritam does not mean actual Sanskritam. It means words said in a good intention, in a good way. That is Sanskritam. Ya samskrita dharyate. Kshiyante akhila bhushanani satatam. All other embellishments and decorations, kshiyante, they will go, they will deteriorate, they will decay. Vag bhushanam bhushanam. Vak, your word, is the only embellishment that a human being can have. And that is all the more the case for teachers. So what teachers say is like God's word for the child. And if you are able to deliver that, you would have done the best service to mankind. Not anything that politicians do or civil servants do or anyone else does. But your classroom is your laboratory. You are bringing out the future nation from your classroom. So what you say, what you do is going to affect the whole nation in a good or bad way, in whichever way you make it. So this is my request to the teachers. Please look at your children with equanimity. Try to understand them from their point of view. Children come from various backgrounds. And it is so easy for us to say that you are not competent. It is so easy for us to say your parents don't care. It is so easy for us to say that you are not up to the mark. Look at that boy or look at that girl. It is so easy for us to say that it is not my fault or my responsibility to bring you to the point that you are expected to. It is so easy to say that. But that is not what we are supposed to do. And even if it means extra effort, we have to put that in. And that is where the teacher glows like the beacon of light in the child's life. So this is for the teachers. Now looking at students. Students, I really, really think that you have to only do one thing in life. Value every minute of your life. Value every day of your life. It is so easy for all of you to think that I have so much expectation. My parents have so much expectation. I have to deliver so much. And you put yourself through so much stress, like the small play that was shown right now here. Like that girl was saying, I am under a lot of stress. I fully understand this, more so in the context of COVID, where children were deprived of a normal life. And children were made to sit at home in front of the digital device. And we bought the devices and gave it to them. And what happened to our children? Today you are unable to take them off a device. And what is happening to their social activities? Nothing. Children are now addicted to their devices. Children don't want to socialize. Now we hear new words like social anxiety and depression among small children, young children, even 4-year-olds. I have a cook who comes to my house and cooks. But, she brings her child along. He's about 4 to 5 years of age. And while she's cooking, because she doesn't want him to distract her, she gives her phone to him. And this boy, when I saw him with the phone and he's playing around with it, I told him, why are you using the phone? I'll give you a book if you want. He said, okay, because he's afraid. I said, okay, I'll give you a book. I'll also give you a nice small table to sit on, and you read the book. So I gave him the table, I gave him the book. First day, he was so excited to see the pictures. It was a book on the Ramayana with beautiful pictures of the Ramayana in it. And then he started to ask his mother, what is happening here, what is happening there, and everything, because he can't read, obviously, because it had only pictures in it. I was so happy that this boy is doing such a good job just because I gave him one book and one desk. He was sitting in the kitchen along with his mother. After 2 days, I came and saw him. He is sitting on that very same desk, but he is playing on the cell phone on the desk. Because his mother doesn't realize. She finds the easy way out to get him out, to make sure he doesn't disturb her. And then the moment I came in, he removed the book from under the desk. And he said, ma'am, I've got the book. So the intention is lost. What is happening there is, a child will do what you do. How many elders here are not touching their phone for at least half an hour a day? In the night time at 12 o'clock, I'm also guilty of this because I get all my official messages on my phone. At 12 o'clock, if I'm just kind of scrolling down the WhatsApp, 8 out of 10 people are online. You just check. 8 out of 10 people will be online. And that is, I'm wondering who is doing this at 12 in the night. Don't you need your rest? People like me have no option because we get SOSs in the middle of the night and we have to respond. So if we are doing this, then our children are going to do the same thing. So these were not there in the ancient times. Today we have to deal with digital devices, we have to deal with mental illnesses, we have to deal with children who are flooded with information, who have access to every kind of information. And this is unprecedented. So now I'm coming to the children with just one message. When you think that your life is important, your day is important, your every second is important. If you're going on the road, you find a 100 rupee note. What would you do? What would you do? You would pick it up. If a 100 rupee note has that kind of value to you, your life is much, much more valuable. Every second of your life is so much more valuable. So the moment you understand that your time is invaluable, you will spend your time better. And more importantly, all the children here should understand that you are not going to take your life also too seriously, that every minute you will start thinking, what is going to happen to my life? Where will I go? What will my parents' expectation turn out like? Where will I be able to satisfy them? That is also not essential. Because if you live today well, if your day is spent productively, automatically your life is set. But you should not leave it in between. You should have your goal. You should work towards it. If that goal doesn't work out, there's still something else. Remember that. There is still something else, as long as you don't give up. If you give up on yourself, no one else can do anything for it. You are your own supporter. You are your own motivator. You are your own strength. No one else can do that for you, not your parents, not your teachers, nobody else. So if that is the case, you are your own strength, then every day that you spend productively increases your strength in whichever way. You may not become the doctor you wanted. You may not become the engineer your parent wanted. But you will do something else, but you will do it well, whatever you do. So let us not get our children into this race that you shall become something, so and so, so and so. If they do their job well, wherever they are, they contribute to the nation. It is not necessary that everyone should become Prime Minister Modi or everyone should become Chief Minister of Telangana. You can all be where you are and do your best and still contribute to this nation's progress. So that is, I think, the intention that you should develop among your minds, children. Coming to the parents, I think I kind of delved in with the parents also for some time. Here, whoever is here obviously has a degree. Everyone has some kind of a degree. I'm sure teachers would have a B.Ed degree. Children would have some kind of a qualification for having gone through some course in school, or at least they are going through a course in school. Who are the only people who don't have a degree here? Parents. Is there a course on parenting? Is there anybody here who has done a course on parenting? There is no course on parenting. And we do that job without any qualification, without any expertise. That is why we are bound to fail. And let me tell you, today's maladies in this world are because of bad parenting. And let me also tell you, we have never been challenged as parents as much as we are today. In those days, at least parents did not have to do much except exalting their children to do great things and trying to tell them good things to hear. Today it is not the case. Today you have working parents. Both are working. What does the child do after coming home? What kind of influences the child is coming under? Nobody has any control. And like I already said, you have no control on the devices that you have. In this situation, the role of the parent becomes all the more challenging. So we have to keep reinventing ourselves. We have to try and understand our children in a way that we never did before. It is so difficult to do this, I know, as a parent myself. I have a son who was thinking that he should be an engineer like everyone else of his cousins are. And as usual, I thought, okay, fine, if he wants to be an engineer. I didn't put it into his head. He just said that he wants to be an engineer. I said, fine. We took him, I being in the education department, someone said, madam, you take your son to the best possible coaching institution, and we put him in Fiji. And in Fiji, during the COVID time, he was put along with those kids who were being trained from class 7 for IIT with 5 tiffin boxes in the bag every day. He starts at home at 4 o'clock, okay? These are the kind of kids with whom he was put. And obviously, those kids didn't succumb to the pressure. They worked hard. They were at whichever level they were, and my son wasn't. He was just fresh out of a 2-year COVID regime. And he was not good at whatever he was supposed to be. And I made the big mistake of putting him in Fiji of all. And for a month or so, I found that this boy is not talking. He has just gone into a shell. And then I and my husband decided to understand what exactly the problem was. And when we talked to him, he said, Ma, I'm not able to go. I'm the last in the class. Everyone else is ahead of me. And this is the boy who was standing first in the class when he was in school. And we put him in a place where he was standing last. Then I said, are you interested? If you are interested, we'll put some more effort. Then he said, no, I'm not interested. I don't want to do this. So we paid some 5 lakh to Fiji, but we said 5 lakh is not more important than our child. So we took him out of Fiji and we put him in Bharati Vidya Bhavan. And in Bharati Vidya Bhavan, the principal, the first day she saw my son, she said, why is he so down? And I said, this is what has happened. He has just come out of a reject from IIT. So I don't know what he would like to do. So I request you to talk to him and get him out. And you would not believe the kind of effort that principal put in. She talked to him and I found out exactly what he wanted to do. And then she said that it would be good for him to go for a commerce course. And he did that commerce course. He topped his college and he got wonderful marks. And the best part of it was this boy is now as eloquent as he was before, if not better, and always in a joyous mood, which as a mother I treasure. And this is the effect of bringing him out of the so-called IIT GE and put him in Bharati Vidya Bhavan. And when I spoke of this to the national director of CBSE, a lady by name Nidhi, I met her professionally for some other reason. She was asking me, how come there are so many people from Telangana and Andhra who go to this Narayana, Chaitanya, and who are, always there is some new branch getting opened. There are so many colleges that I'm unable to decide whether to give them permission or not. Then I told her this. This is what I've done for my child. I had to take him out. She said, I don't know how many such parents are there, but I'm really going to congratulate you for having done this. And I'm proud today to say that wherever you are, if you're doing your best, enjoying what you do, and if the child is happy doing whatever he's doing and the parent knows that, that is all that the parent needs to do. You don't have to put unnecessary pressure on your child. This is so important in light of the latest incidents that we are seeing. I think you would have read about IIT, there is some in Rajasthan, Kota. In Kota, children are dying. I mean, after going through a course that requires you to write an entrance to go and get into that coaching institute, your child ends up hanging himself from the ceiling. And the solution found by these people is that you put a kind of ceiling fan by which if you try to hang yourself, the ceiling fan will come down. That is the solution they found. I mean, ridiculous. What are we looking at our children? Are they medals that we want to wear? Are they humans or not? I think we have to have a serious look at what we want our children to be. If they are strong individuals, children who are ready to face anything in life. Even as elders, we know what challenges we face. And if our children are going to be put through much more than we were when we were children, imagine, will they be able to do what they are doing today, what we are doing today? They cannot. I will tell you one example. When I was collector in Peddapalli, I did all the possible elections under the sun, from Gram Panchayat to the Parliament. And election is a huge thing. I'm sorry, Swamiji, if I'm overstepping my time, because I have this bad habit of not putting down the mic. I'm sorry. But if there are some people back there ready to sleep, then I will stop quickly. Yeah, so what happened then was, when I was conducting the election of the assembly election, or was it? Yeah, it was a parliament election. It was a parliament election for 2018. We have these EVMs and all where you cast the vote, okay? And we are supposed to keep them safely until we do the counting. And this is a huge responsibility. In election, if an IAS officer does not do well, he or she is damned for life. You must remember this before I go ahead. You will be termed incompetent, everything, whatever. And apart from that, you will have to face disciplinary charges. Okay? So, what we normally do, that's why, is before election, we read all those voluminous books. You are given a big, huge suitcase full of books if you are a returning officer. And you are supposed to read all of them. And there will also be an exam. Okay? So, I did all that. I studied those books very dutifully, conducted all the trainings, and even that exam that was conducted by the Election Commission, I passed. So, I was reasonably confident that I would do a good job. Now, what happened? After the election was conducted and these EVMs, the voting machines were all kept in the store, in the strong room. We have a security of 3-level security, as we call it. So there is no way anything can go wrong at this point of time. What is left is only counting. So I was quite relaxed. Then what happened? Suddenly, in the month of April, there was a huge downpour, huge downpour. It was actually a hailstorm. And it was so bad in the particular area, that is Manthani, where our strong room was, that the windows were smashed. And all the water entered our strong room. And outside they were all bolted and sealed and everything, and the police were there. But what can they do if the rain comes in? Now, this is amounting to compromising on the security of the EVMs. Now, any opposition person can say that I have allowed some tampering to happen with the EVM. This is the possibility. Now, water has entered. I don't know what is the extent of damage. So I was thinking, what should I do now? Because a repoll is the worst thing that can happen to a returning officer. It means that you have failed. Therefore, I am giving you a compartmental pass. So I was just thinking what to do. Then something struck my mind. Hatova prapshyase swargam, jitva va bhokshyase mahim, tasmad uttishta kaunteya, yuddhaya krutanishchayah. Hatova prapsyasi swargam. If I don't perform this, then it will be an experience that I will learn from. Theek hai, I will be damned for life, but it's an experience that I learned for. Jitva va bhokshyase mahim. If I get through this experience, then yes, I'll tell everybody like I told you now, that I have done this job and I have done it well. Tasmad uttishta kaunteya. So get up, Devasena, get up. Yuddhaya kritanishchaya. Your battle is ready for you now, go. Okay, so I went there, and surprise of surprises, we brought all the opposition, all the people who were contestants there, and in their presence we opened the strong room. And we saw the water has not touched one EVM. All the EVMs were on this side and the water was on that side. So the kind of tension that we all went through was like not really essential. However, as you know, in politics, everyone can levy allegations. So what I did, I told all these people, kindly sign on this paper that in your presence it has been opened and there is no security lapse. They said, no, we will not sign. Somebody is always there, these kind of people. And I said, come on now, let's show the CCTV camera. And the CCTV camera showed very clearly that the rain was causing the windows to break and that water had gone in. So this man had no option but to sign on it. Finally, they signed, and then we closed the strong room again in their presence, and then we did the counting of votes, and the man who opposed lost. Okay, so who opposed during that point of time, which I said, he wanted proof and everything, he lost. But in a democracy, everything is possible. Why I'm trying to tell you this is, at that point of time when I had to handle this crisis, there was no power also. I could not even talk to my chief secretary to find out what I should be doing. I had to use my head. And this is something that can catch the headlines in the newspaper. The next morning, my name would have been on the newspaper saying that she has, spoiled the whole thing, that she could not handle the election. And at that point of time, what came to my rescue was not all those piles and piles of books that I had read, not the exam that I had passed, not the accolades that I had got, but just the presence of mind that you have to damn handle this. And if you have to handle it, better get your wits together and think of what is to be done. And that's why I said Hatovas Prapsyasis Vargam. That's how your spiritual training comes in. That is when and how you use your spiritual training. This is why I am saying that let our children be spiritually awake. Let them feel that they are, important to us. Let them feel that whatever they do, if they do well, it is good. Good enough. Doesn't matter if they are not engineers and doctors. They can be anything else. But they should do it well, whatever they do. Give it their best. Definitely they will become the best citizens of this country. And I finally want to request all of you that, you see, we have a beautiful program in our department where volunteers come from various backgrounds to teach children from the slums only on the weekends. So if any of you would be interested to do this, let me tell you, it gives you a great sense of satisfaction, number one. I don't think I have to explain this further because you are in Ramakrishna Mutt, where if you didn't have these kind of inclinations, you would not even be sitting here and listening to me. But as I have my own selfish end for this because I want to get the best volunteers, and I don't think I'll get better volunteers than those who are here assembled today. So I request you to, if you are able to do this, and you are able to teach a few children in the slums every week, even your own, the children here, the students here, even they can do this. It will add a lot more to your confidence, and it will add a lot more to your sense of belongingness to this country, that you have done something to help others. Even if your knowledge is up to class 1, you would have taught something to the LKG student. So I request you, this beautiful program, we call it Pillala Kosam. If I will request our Swamiji also to cooperate with us in this. I will send out requests to all of you. Whoever is ready to join this program, we welcome you with an open heart and open arms. I request you all to please take this program up. So finally, before I end, I just want to thank all of you, especially Swamiji. I understand Swamiji is just out of a surgery. To make him sit for this long was not really right on my part. But let me tell you that, this country needs people like you. And we need people like you to train, guide, and help us discover ourselves. I'm so glad to be part of this meeting today. And I would continue, or rather restart my association with the Ramakrishna Mission again, because after college I kind of left the association with Ramakrishna Mutt. But today it's a calling for me, Swamiji. I would be very happy to be associated further and every single day with the Ramakrishna Mutt. Thank you very much. Namaste.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your wonderful insights and comparing the Chandrayaan 3 and our education system and addressing the problems and challenges faced by students, teachers, as well as parents in today's. And thank you so much, ma'am. I would like to request our revered Swami Suviranandaji Maharaj to bless our honorable chief guest, Srimati Sri Devasena Garu. Thank you, Maharaj. Thank you, ma'am. I request Swami Stitikantanandaji Maharaj to introduce Srimat Swami Suviranandaji Maharaj.
Revered Swami Suviranandaji Maharaj is the General Secretary of the Worldwide Ramakrishna Mutt and Ramakrishna Mission, with their headquarters at Belur Mutt, District Howrah, West Bengal. Revered Maharaj joined the Ramakrishna Order as a novice at Ramakrishna Mission Boys Home, Rahara, an educational complex near Calcutta, in 1973, and served the institution for 3 years. Maharaj then served as headmaster of Ramakrishna Mission School in Alo, in Arunachal Pradesh, and subsequently as the secretary of the branch there. After spending 18 years in Alo, Maharaj moved in 1997 to Ramakrishna Mission Vidyapit in Devgar, Jharkhand, and took charge as the secretary of the center in 2006. When he was at Devgar Vidyapit, he was elected a trustee of the Ramakrishna Mutt and a member of the governing body of Ramakrishna Mission. In the following year, he moved to the headquarters, Belur Mutt, to serve as Assistant General Secretary of Ramakrishna Mutt and Ramakrishna Mission, a post which he held for about 10 years. He was appointed General Secretary of the twin organizations in May 2017. He served as a member of West Bengal Education Commission in 2014. Revered Maharaj is a popular orator and has also authored a large number of articles, especially on education and values. He is known for his administrative acumen, affable behavior, and genuine humility. Over to you, Maharaj.
Om Namah Sri Yatirajaya Vivekananda Suraye Satche Sukha Sarupayo Swamine Tapoharine. My very, very dear brother Swami Bodhavayanandaji, I am told that he has proved himself to be a very extremely popular and dynamic head of our Hyderabad Math. I am so happy about it. And then a very senior Swami of our order, Swami Atmavidanandaji is here. My pranams to him. Other brothers of mine are brothers of the Ramakrishna order. The chief guest of today's proceedings, Mrs. A. Sri Devasena, who is the Commissioner and Director of School Education, Government of Telangana. And also very renowned and also very close to our heart, Dr. T.G.K. Murthy, Dr. Mohan Raghavan, Dr. B. Raghu, Dr. Sumita Roy, sitting in the audience, has become very lanky nowadays. So anyway, very difficult to recognize. And heads of schools and colleges, parents, very respected parents, and my very, very dear students. It gives me a great pleasure to be in your midst in this beautiful city of Hyderabad to take part in the national level conference on education in India, past, present, and future. This seminar, I learned, is a part of the ongoing celebrations organized by Ramakrishna Math Hyderabad to commemorate the 125 years of the foundation of the Ramakrishna Mission. As for Ramakrishna Mission, we are through 125 years. The President of India, Bharat, now, Dr. Srimati Draupadi Murmu, she sent me a message a few days back telling that Ramakrishna Mission is an emblem of integrity and sanity. Prime Minister Modi instructed the government of India, more so the National Committee for Implementation in Delhi, to celebrate 125 years of Ramakrishna Mission in style. Now, when the letter come to me that the government is too keen to work with us to celebrate 125 years of Ramakrishna Mission, back to back, shoulder to shoulder, I was surprised. Ours is a charitable organization, an educational and philanthropic organization. And how come the government of India feels that they should come forward to work hand in hand with Ramakrishna Mission to celebrate this 125 years. Now, when I rang up the Prime Minister's office, I was told that Prime Minister Modi has told that 125 years of Ramakrishna Mission is a landmark in the history of modern India. Hence, it should be celebrated and celebrated in style. Now, we are through 125 years and of Ramakrishna Mission. Although technically Ramakrishna Math Hyderabad is a different legal entity, part of a different legal entity called Ramakrishna Math. But we are twin organizations, Ramakrishna Mission and Ramakrishna Math. Hence, Ramakrishna Math also is equally participating in this grand function, in this grand celebration of 125 years of Ramakrishna Mission. And well, we are very happy that this center is doing extremely well in this front. My congratulations to my brother, Swami Bodhamayanandaji, for doing so well. And I am absolutely sure that by grace, by infinite grace of the spiritual trio, he will go from strength to strength. Along with the center will go from strength to strength, and will certainly do better during the days to come. Now, coming back to the subject that we are concerned with today, the education. Education past, education present, and education future. We are supposed to discuss the three aspects of education, and I think art is long and life is very short. And there is very, very scanty time to discuss this vast topic. We have to go around 5,000 years of our history and then come back and report to Bodhamayanandaji. I am asked to report within 20 minutes. So naturally, it's a very challenging task for me. But still, since he has asked me to do, I will try to do, but mostly I will read out the paper that I have prepared for this purpose. Now, Nelson Mandela, the first black president of South Africa, once said, I quote, destroying any nation doesn't require the use of atom bombs or long-range missiles. It only requires lowering the quality of education and allowing cheating in the examination. That's enough to destroy education. The result is that patient dies at the hand of doctors, building collapses at the hands of engineers, money is lost at the hands of economists and accountants, justice is lost at the hand of the judges. Which is why we look towards Vivekananda. What exactly education is? As you have been said, that I poured considerable years of my monastic life for the cause of the downtrodden, the orphans and the tribals. A quarter of a century, I dedicated my life for the cause of the orphans and the tribals, which is why I'm a witness, I'm a personal witness to the educational movement that is going on and that was started some 55 years back in the remotest part of our country called Nefa, then Nefa, now Arunachal Pradesh. When I was there, I remember Swami Atmavidanandaji also spent 4 years there, and I had the privilege of spending 18 years there. And I had the rare privilege of catering to those who are coming to the school for the first generation. I like to share one or two anecdotes from my experience as far as Arunachal is concerned. And thereafter, as you know that, well, I was in Jharkhand, but before Jharkhand, it was undivided Bihar. And I spent a decade there. What happened? Why Ramakrishna Mission was in a place called Along, the remotest part of Arunachal Pradesh. Arunachal Pradesh itself is so remote. And well, the remotest part, our General Secretary, the then General Secretary Swami Gambhiranandaji Maharaj used to say that if there is a casualty, I can reach New York much faster than I can reach Along. And even today, with all improvements in different infrastructure sectors, Along remains almost the Along that I saw 18 years back. And today, any bright bureaucrat, doctor, even the ministers, the politicians, the teachers, the professors, the corporate managers, everyone, anybody who you find in Arunachal, virtually running the state is a student of ours, student from that institution. Now, why did we go 50 years back there? There's a very funny story behind it. I'm absolutely sure you will be shocked and surprised to hear it. It was after the Sino-Indian aggression that Pandit Nehru went to Nepal. He was in a place called Zero. And when Pandit Nehru went there, the public leader, the topmost public leader, he came to give a gift to Pandit Nehru. What was the gift? The gift was a huge animal called Mithun, that is the indigenous animal in Arunachal, a cross of cow and buffalo. So he came with that gift. Now he gave that gift to Panditji, and Indiraji was alongside. And then, Panditji went into his suite. And he was standing and waiting. Then the secretary to the Prime Minister asked him, well, now that the Prime Minister has accepted your gift, you should take leave. The Prime Minister will take rest. No. According to our customs, if we give a gift, he must reciprocate. He must reciprocate. So the secretary, he was not very willing to allow that man to meet Nehru again. But Nehru overheard. He was very sensitive to the travels and came out of the suite. And then he told, well, you ask him what he wants from me. And this man told, will you give me whatever I ask for? Nehru told, yes, I would give you whatever you ask for. He told, I have 26 wives, and I want to have your daughter as the 27th wife of mine. Are you agreeable? Nehru was embarrassed. And Indiraji was not annoyed. She thought that these people need education, and education alone. And how to deliver quality education to them. The education that is disinterested, the education that is being delivered by a group of people who are completely detached, absolutely selfless, and the name of Ramakrishna Mission naturally came to her mind. She came to Swami Ranganathanandaji Maharaj to Belur Math. And when she told that, Swami, you must save these people. We are slightly handicapped at the time, but after 1 year or so, we had to start an institution in a place called Along. We had people from that institution, very bright people, doing work at the helm of affairs in the government of India and goes without mention in the state. Now, why I am telling all this? Education, and Indiraji felt in our own way. But what is the result? We are working for 50 years there. I remember towards the end of my tenure there, it was late 80s, or should I say early 90s. I got a letter from the professor, one professor who is HOD of a department in the Agra University. What was that letter all about? He congratulated me. He was standing in Agra station. A group of boys, and tribal boys are, physically very grown up. boy reading in class 9 will appear to be a student of the college or university. So those boys are going in uniform, in files through the Agra station. The professor was enthused. He went and he asked those boys and girls both, that where you are from. They told that we are from Ramakrishna Mission. And then that professor was asking time and again what religion you belong to. And those boys and girls, in a single voice told, we have been telling you time and again that we are from Ramakrishna Mission, and the basic tenet of Sri Ramakrishna is harmony of religion. Yato mat, tato pat. And why are you asking this peculiar question to us time and again? And in my humble way, I think that this is education. This is what actually Vivekananda referred to as education. Another example I will give. He told me, the man who introduced me, he told that I was in Jharkhand. I was in erstwhile Bihar as well. I was chairing the interview board, the Bhaivavasi test for the children entering into the school. At the time, the 6th was the entering point. Now, one small boy, he came, and then I asked him, as usual, a few words about Vivekananda, and he told it. I was very happy. Then ultimately I asked him that, look, there are many good schools in our country from the academic point. You have Delhi schools, especially in Arkepuram, Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan schools, and many other schools. Why do you come here? Then this small boy, he told, मैं अच्छा इंसान बनना चाहता हूँ. I want to be a good man. I want to be a good human being, which is why I am here and I am so keen to get admission into this institution. That institution today is declared by the Central Board of Secondary Education as the best higher secondary institution in the country. And Times of India Group, during last 6 years consecutively, is giving this 4th slot to that institution among the list of top 20 schools of India. Anyway, this is one experience that you find that मैं अच्छा इंसान बनना चाहता हूँ. During my tenure, in 2015 or so, not 15, still earlier, I got a ring. I was going somewhere, I got a ring. Then that boy, the boy who told, मैं अच्छा इंसान बनना चाहता हूँ, that boy rang me up. That boy told, Maharaj, he asked me, what should I do? I told that, look, we want good people in IAS and IPS, these services. You must make it, crack IAS. And he was informing me, Maharaj, आपने कहा था, जो मुझको IAS या IPS करना है, तो मैं topper बन गया IAS में. You told me that I have to crack IAS, and I have topped, not only cracked it, I have topped in the list. Now, I hear his colleagues to come to me. He also sometimes come to me. He is a collector in a district in Bihar, and I hear that he is very much known for his integrity, transparency. He is a good husband, a good father, a good district magistrate, and also a good citizen. That is what Vivekananda gives to us. And just the scenario opposite to it, that experience also I had somewhere nearby. One day, an NGO head came to me, and then he told that, Swamiji, I run an NGO. Will you kindly visit my NGO? I told, well, you send me a probable date and I will confirm. I confirmed, I went. He runs a lot of night schools in the slum area. Very good work he's doing. So when I went to the class, it was class 5. You know, ma'am is teaching. Ma'am is teaching maybe because I went there. Ma'am is teaching that famous story of Aesop's fables. What is the story? A shepherd boy, he cries aloud every day that tiger has come. People go and see that he is making fun. First day, people went. Second day, people went. And third day, when really the tiger came and he cried aloud for help, none turned up. So ma'am is asking, अच्छा बच्चों आपने क्या सीख लिया इससे? My boy, what you have learned from here? Can you tell me? Raise your hands. So many boys raised their hands. One sitting on the first bench, he raised his hand. So ma'am has told that you tell what you have learned from this story. क्या सीख लिया आपने? बोले मैम हमने यही सीख लिया जो हमेशा झूठ बोलना पड़ेगा. जिस दिन से आप सच बोलना शुरू करोगे उस दिन कोई नहीं आएगा आपको मदद करने के लिए. झूठ बोलना पड़ेगा. So that is what is the other side of the scenario that we are in. This is why Swamiji has told what is education. Swamiji himself has posed this question. What is education? The other day, few years back, West Bengal chieftain Mamata Banerjee walked into our office. And then she told us, Maharaj, can you make a factory? I told, how come we make a factory? We are sannyasis. We are doing philanthropic social work without any attachment. And how come that you feel that we can make a factory? She told, a factory of purity drilling machine. A factory which will make man. That kind of factory. So she gave a very posh land in a place called New Town in Kolkata. We have brought out an institute of, I think in due course it will be an institute of international repute, Vivekananda Institute of Human Excellence and Social Sciences. Now, this is what Vivekananda wanted, purity drilling mission. Now, Swamiji spoke of an education. We have had a lot of philosophers, educational philosophers. We did not go very, a lot behind. Maybe if we travel for a couple of centuries now, let us we would start with Professor Whitehead. What does Professor Whitehead say? Professor Whitehead says education is acquisition of an art by which one can learn the trick of earning livelihood. That's what Professor Whitehead says. And Vivekananda says altogether a different content and in the same context. What Vivekananda says is very difficult to define education. Within last 5,000 years of our civilization, I think he is the only philosopher who has given a functional definition to education. He wrote in a letter to Kidi, Mr. Murthy knows it. Education is perfection that is already in man. Education need not be imported within or exported from. It is there. Only darkness is there, ignorance is there. You are going in a dark night by the street, and before you, one gentleman came and he found something and he mistook it as for a snake. So he thought it's a venomous snake. I shouldn't go forward. He stopped, and people coming after him, all of them, gentlemen, now why you are standing here? Well, we are standing here because there is a venomous snake. Don't go forward. It will kill you. Then one man came. He's enlightened. He has a torch in his pocket. He told, well, gentlemen, why all of you are huddling here? What is the problem? Oh, don't speak loudly. There is a venomous snake here, and it may bite you and kill you. Then this enlightened man brings out a torch and finds that there is no serpent, there is only a rope. And this is, in Indian language, in Indian terminology, is called adhasa. So, our position vis-a-vis the superhuman aspect of life is something very romantic. Romantic like there is a small veil, I am on this side of the veil, and the superhuman entity is that side. I can see him, but I can't touch him. And that's why Vivekananda says it cannot be theory. Education cannot be theoretical. Vivekananda says education must be practical. And to make practical, 4 aspects in education are integral part of education. One aspect is growth. There must be growth in education, but growth is not enough. Suppose you have a garden. There are plants. You don't nurture those plants, but even then those plants grow. But had you nurtured those plants, had you given water, had you provided sunlight, had you given manure, these plants would have been much more healthy and much more returning for you. So this is why Swamiji says the key words of education is these 2 words. One is growth, another is development. I grow as a child, one day I become old, I die. This is a natural journey, and this is called growth. But suppose I go to the gymnasium to develop my biceps, I become a very healthy man, and then this is development. Development is nurturing, development is caretaking, development is caring, and development is realization, development is being. That is development. And then another aspect of education that Swamiji spoke about. What is that aspect? Swamiji told Shraddha. Swamiji says this is a word of Sanskrit dictionary which can't be translated into English. That is Shraddha. Now, what it is, after all, we must understand it. We must understand it. If you ask me, how does sugar taste? Fine, I say it is sweet. But how much sweet it tastes, I can't tell you. You must taste it for yourself. Shraddha is something like this. But we can certainly make an effort to go near it, to give you an approximate idea of Shraddha. I will tell you a story which was published in Reader Digest 75 years ago. What was the story all about? There is a huge ship anchored in the Atlantic Ocean, near the Atlantic Ocean. And one day the ship was de-anchored for further destination. And as soon as the ship was steamed off, the deck boy slipped and got into the Atlantic Ocean. And the crew members were divided into 2 factions. One faction was telling we should inform the captain right now. Another faction was telling that, you see, the boy has fallen down in the abyss of Atlantic Ocean and he is instantaneously dead. Where is the point in disturbing and bothering the captain right now? Let us wait, let us reach the destination, then we will give this information to the captain. Now this conflict was debated, and by the time they resolved the conflict, it was 60 nautical miles that the ship has come away from its point of anchorage. Now what has happened? When they, unlike their expectation, when they told this to the captain not only was shocked, he was taken aback. He scolded them, why did you inform me earlier? Then somebody told that captain, we didn't inform you earlier because we didn't want to bother you. What's the point in informing you? Atlantic Ocean is a bottomless ocean. And there the boy has fallen. He must have died by now. But the captain didn't listen to that man. He asked the co-pilot, well, take this ship to that point, original point where from the ship was anchored, de-anchored. Now the ship was taken. When the ship was approaching near the point of anchorage, the captain cried aloud, yonder, look ahead. That boy, something blackish is seen, and maybe that boy is struggling to survive. They came to the nearest point. And captain asked them to throw the life-saving device. Life-saving device was thrown. And then this boy, with the help of life-saving device, came back to the deck. And he fell into swoon. And after some time, he came back to consciousness. Stealthily, the captain went to him and whispered in his ear. What did he whisper? My boy, why did you struggle to survive? How long could you struggle to survive with the help of a small stick in your hand? This is Atlantic Ocean. The boy softly and slowly told, I knew my captain will come and he will rescue me. That is why I struggle to survive. Our captain is education. Education must reach us. And if education reaches us, we must be able to reach the desired millennium. And this is called Shraddha, which can't be translated into English. And another thing, which is the worst casualty today. What is the worst casualty? Practically all of us, we tell tall things, you never bother to practice those things. The priests have become dollar worshippers. The teachers have become dollar worshippers. The students do not find any model before them, and they are left in wilderness. I will tell you another story, not from Swami Vivekananda, but from Mahatma Gandhi. You have read this famous book of Mahatma Gandhi, maybe all of you, and my experiments with truth. In Mahatma Gandhi's experiments with truth, we find that one lady is very worried about her child. Why she is worried? She is worried because her child takes a lot of sugar. Somebody told her that if your child goes on taking sugar like this, he may have very serious repercussion in his body, in his mind even. So it is not good to take so much of sugar. You must ask him to stop it. The lady told, but the boy was not to listen. The lady knew, the mother knew that, well, under the sun at least there is one man, Bapuji. If Bapuji tells this boy will listen to, certainly listen to. Because I know Bapuji is the man for whom he reserves the highest regard in his heart. Well, that lady had an appointment, went to Bapuji with her child, and then she told her problem to Bapuji. And when that problem was told to Bapuji, Bapuji told, okay, बेटी आप अपना बच्चों को लेकर 15 रोज बाद में आना. You bring your child after 15 days from today. The lady, disappointed, went back. She thought it's a very small problem, and Bapuji could have told him not to do it, and boy would have acceded too. But then he didn't tell. And after 15 days as usual, this lady took her child, and when she took her child, Bapuji told that boy, बेटा ज़्यादा शक्कर नहीं खाना चाहिए. शक्कर खाने से बीमार हो सकता है. आप शक्कर खाना बंद कर दो. The boy told, जी Bapuji. The Bapuji, Mahatma Gandhi told, my son, you shouldn't take so much of sugar. It can get you a lot of diseases. Better you stop it. And the boy immediately responded in affirmative. Told, okay, Bapuji, I will not take sugar from today. Then this lady told Bapuji, I have a question. I knew you are the only man for whom he has the highest regard in his heart. Had you told this that day, 15 days back when I came, he would have listened to as much as he listens to you today. But why you didn't tell? Bapuji says, बेटी, आपने 15 रोज पहले जो आई थी, उसी टाइम में मैं शक्कर खाता था. 15 रोज में हम शक्कर खाने का आदत छोड़ा, मेरा मोरल अथॉरिटी हुआ आपका बेटा को उपदेश देने के लिए जो शक्कर मत खाओ. You must practice before you preach. And that is the worst casualty of education that we have today, right from primary stage, elementary stage to higher education level. And this is why we find Swamiji is telling education is not information, education is not book learning, education is not diverse knowledge, education is assimilation. You have lot of ideas, and you pick up a few, make it your life and blood, and live for this, die for this. And that is education, which is called conviction. Education will give you concentration. Education is presupposed by concentration, which leads you to confidence, ultimately gives you conviction. Which is why this is very important as far as this is concerned. Would you permit me to give you a gross example about this core aspect of education, namely Shraddha, faith, and devotion? If you permit me, I would like to tell it, my own view in a very, very gross and easy way, what Shraddha means. I'm afraid that unless we understand this connotation, we don't understand education at all. Say, for example, our boys, schools, men, they all have the experience of going to barber. Have you? Is there anyone who doesn't have the experience among the male folk of going to barber? Everyone has. Is it not? Nowadays, of course, I am told that girls also have started going to the salon and going to the barber. Anyway, as far as the boys are concerned, as far as men are concerned, they go. I know it. Now, what do? You go and you place your head, submit yourself before the barber, and you move your head as the barber asks you to. Is it? So you are very obedient to the barber. You follow every beat of his instructions. But, are you devoted to the barber? Do you offer him a garland? Do you make arch to welcome him? No. Why? You have faith in the barber, but you don't have rigors or special devotion for barber because he is not extraordinary. He is ordinary. There are many people who are doing this job in the society, which is why you have faith, but you don't have devotion. Suppose a very big leader of our country comes here today, and then what will you do? Our Swami, what he will do? He will bring maybe garland from Chennai, and then make big arches to welcome him, because he is one in India. And he comes, you give him lot of respects, lot of gifts, lot of presentations, lot of devotion, lot of regards. And he tells, my dear boys and girls, don't worry, you will get 100% employment within next 5 years. And he goes. You receive him with all regards. You see him up with all regards, because he is one amongst 134 crores of people. It's not ordinary. You have regards about him because he is extraordinary. He is not ordinary. But do you have really faith in him? The boys and girls will murmur once he leaves the hall that he is after all a politician. He doesn't do what he says, and he doesn't say what he does. And that's why in one place we find a barber, you believe him, but you don't respect him, regard him. One politician, very top politician, you regard him because he is extraordinary, he is one among the millions and millions, crores and crores of people. But he doesn't say what he does and he doesn't do what he says. Which is why both are not enjoying Shraddha from you. For example, if saint comes, very big saint comes, what will happen? He will speak a few words, maybe 5 minutes. Your heart is full. You are full with joy. You have seen, many of you have seen Swami Ranganathanandaji Maharaj, especially at his ripe old age. He used to come to the people, speak a few words, and everybody used to be filled with joy with these few words. Why? Because they knew that this man is extraordinary. There is not a single university in the world which has not been addressed by him. But then, not only he is extraordinary, he is truthful. What he says, he does. What he does, he says. Which is why you have Shraddha for him. This is why Swami Vivekananda says, Shraddha is a sine qua non of education. Without Shraddha, education becomes mere howling without absolutely any flavor of the soul. And that is why the Shraddha is something we go to the ancient days, we find in convocation. The teacher is telling the students, what do they say? Matri Devo Bhavo, Pitri Devo Bhavo, Acharya Devo Bhavo, Yani Anavadyani Karmani, Tani Sevitobhyani, No Iturani. You respect your parents as gods and goddesses. You respect your teachers, acharyas, as gods. You respect everyone, and you should not perform any such work which is condemnable in the eyes of others. That's what the convocation says. We find Maitri. Maitri says, Kasminno bhagavo vigyate sarvavedang vigyatam bhavatiti. When her husband says that I am 50, I have to go to the exile. Panchasodhe barang brajet. I divide my property, movable and immovable, in 2 equal shares for my 2 wives. And then when he went to his first wife, Maitri, Maitri says, Kasminno bhagavo vigyate sarvamidang vigyatam bhavatiti. What is that phenomenon? What is that? What shall I do with this property, movable or immovable? I want to know that phenomenon, by knowing which I can know everything. Which is why I find that in our culture, even today, in Indian culture, education is defined as Ya Vidya Sabi Muktaye. That is the Vidya, that is education, which gives you liberation. Liberation at different levels. Liberation at economic level, at political level, at societal level, at individual level, in the macro level, in the micro level. That is Vidya, and everything else is ignorance. Which is why I think a part of the gathering here, they must have been reading the Gospel of Sri Ramakrishna. Am I right? In the 2nd chapter, you find that aim is going. Professor Mahendranath Gupta, he is going to Sri Ramakrishna. And Sri Ramakrishna is asking him, how is your wife? Is she learned? Is she educated? Mahendranath Gupta answers in the negative. She is not. And then Sri Ramakrishna scolds him. Oh, after learning something about chemistry, physics, biology, logic, arithmetic, and science, you think that you have become very learned. No. Sri Ramakrishna says that, I read the Bhagavata. I read that Brahman alone, God alone is reality, everything else is temporary. And when my son dies, I cry a lot. There is no point in it. So you are not true to what you seems to or pretend to be. That's why the core value of education is be not a traitor to yourself. Be not a traitor to yourself. Arnold Toynbee's son, Philip Sidney, Arnold Toynbee's son, Philip Toynbee, he has written a very important book, and there he says that people go to the moon The pupil go to the universe, the heavenly sphere and other places. Pupil conquer the sky and so on. Pupil is naturally inclined towards undertaking any kind of adventure. Goes to mountain, wants to go to the unknown places, wants even to go to the North Pole and South Pole. But people are helplessly covered and afraid of only one thing. What is that? Philip says, when he stands before the mirror and sees his own face, when he is asked to take an adventurous journey, a voyage inside, a voyage from manhood to godhood, a voyage to see the man in him. And there he is helpless. There he is covered. There he is scared. There he is totally fearful. That adventure he never wants to undertake. He always wants to go away from himself. And that is what the education has its worst casualty with. And second thing, another book. This is written by another psychologist of America, and he says in his book almost the same thing, and also he says that today as a psychologist, I find two trends. One trend is, the name of the psychologist is Erich Fromm, and Erich Fromm says, today we find two tendencies. One tendency among the people from 15 to 35 years is to know more and more about the East. And another tendency is to know Ramakrishna Vivekananda. Ramakrishna Vivekananda, which is why this Vivekananda is very much necessary. I was today morning telling about two distinguished people who have written on Swami Vivekananda. One is Mrs. and Mr. Eleanor Sturck. They are the scientist couple from Harvard University. They have authored a beautiful book, The Gift Unopened. They say that 100 years back, that book was authored and published from Harvard University in 1993. And they say in the introduction that 100 years back, Christ sent us a gift. And Christ sent us a gift. But we are so casual about it that we did never bother to untie the red ribbon. We never bothered to open the packet and see what it is all about. It's better late than never. Let's come, let's open it. And when it is opened, what they found, it is Vivekananda, and Vivekananda all through. In 1893, Christ sent Vivekananda to America in Chicago. And they write in the very first sentence of the book is, Columbus discovered the soil of America, Vivekananda discovered the soul of America. Vivekananda didn't only discover the soul of America, Vivekananda rediscovered the soul of India, which is why Vivekananda says, I give you a new man, I give you a new scripture, I give you a new religion. And this is education, he says. Education is the panacea for all evils. Which is why today we are in a very difficult and very strange scenario. We are in the tension, especially our young generations, our generations going to the universities, IITs, engineering institutes, NEETs, and all the places, even going abroad for higher education. They are confronted with a wonderful dilemma, a dilemma which we can say a classic dilemma. This classic dilemma is, tensions. The education has created tensions. Tensions at all levels. even a small boy going to kindergarten school, right from him, a boy who is doing postdoctorate, up to him, there is tension, and these tensions must be resolved if we want to have a better tomorrow. What are those tensions? These tensions are beautifully described. They are described by Dahlers Commission report. Mr. Dahlers was the chairman of this commission appointed by the UNESCO in 1994. So in Dahlers Commission report, they say there are certain tensions which must be resolved to have a better tomorrow, to have a better future. What are these tensions? Firstly, tension between the global and the local. How can we become world citizens without losing our roots is the question. Secondly, tension between the universal and the individual. That is, how can the globalization of relations enrich the unique character of each individual? Thirdly, tension between tradition and modernity, ancient and the modern. And what do you find? We find question of adjustment. How can we adjust with the fast changes sciences? How can we adjust with the fast changing technologies without turning our backs on the past, is the question. In another changes of science, as technologies without turning our backs on the past, in another changes of sciences and technologies, well, we need to be modern, but not at the expense of our tradition. Which is why Swami Vivekananda said, Swamiji said, what I want is modern science, Western science, coupled with Indian Vedanta. What does it mean? What did he mean when he says that he wanted marriage of Vedanta with modern science and vis-a-vis? This is precisely like this. You imagine a scenario where a boy, a young man, well-clad, well-educated, well-fed, healthy, passing by the busiest street of Washington, D.C. And while going, all on a sudden he finds something very dazzling lying uncared for beside the street. The boy goes, young man goes. He thinks that when the box is so dazzling, there must be more precious things inside. But when, with this great hope, when he opens the box, alas, to his utter disappointment, he finds there is absolutely nothing inside the box. And then, simultaneously, you stretch your vision to the Orient. Maybe a boy, naked, maybe half nude, half fed, half clad, totally literate, passing by the ridges of a field in village India. While going, he finds something glittering lying uncared for amidst the dust. And he does go. And he goes and he finds it is a pearl lying uncared for amidst dust. So the Eastern boy has a pearl but doesn't have a box where it can preserve this pearl. The Western boy had a box, but he didn't have a pearl to be preserved inside it. Which is why Swamiji wanted marriage of Western science with Eastern Vedanta. If we can do this, then we will have no rumblings of the world war. Otherwise, the threat of world war looms large, and nobody knows where Christ will again come down from heaven with a moral stick in hand and save the disaster, save the mankind from the disaster. Which is why, again, we have to give our mind to this aspect. Our scientists, our society fathers, our politicians, our government, all of them together must give their pointed attention to this aspect of education. And then again we find tension between extraordinary expansion of knowledge through electronic gadgets and human beings' capacity to assimilate it. This is an explosion, electronic gadgets explosion. Is the man today ready to cope up with this explosion? That is the question one has to answer. And then again, every one of us has a mobile phone, but there is a limit to how much information we can digest. The tension is going on with us. And then again, distance education. Not exactly distance education. This is a gift or I do not know, the bane from the COVID pandemic, the education on the line education. It is creating a disaster in the human society. A boy doesn't need a teacher. A boy sees the teacher in the online. There is no catechism. Catechism means the student asks, the teacher answers. Teacher asks, the student answers. That process is totally absent. There is no emotion. This online education has given us motion and snatched away emotion from us. Which is why this is a demand which we must deal with properly. Otherwise, we have to say time is out of joint. And then again, when we speak of our future, we must remember a few points to speak about our future. That, well, we must have an education, and holistic education. Education is not rotting. Education is not acquisition of few information running right there all through the life undigested. Education is being and becoming. There are a lot of ideas while you go through the street. There are a lot of ideas in the courtyard of your house. There are a lot of ideas with your parents and grandparents. Pick up a few. Make it your life and blood. Believe in it. You die for this and you live for this. And that is education. Otherwise, I am absolutely sure that you are heading only a disaster. This is why, to wrap up, I must say that we need the kind of education that we need today for our future generation who has already arrived on this planet. What are these points? What are the necessities that we need today? Number one, holistic learning, shifting from a focus on a rote memorization without understanding the meaning of it, and assimilation without proper assimilation. That's why Swamiji says education is assimilation. And then holistic learning must be there that fosters creativity, that fosters critical thinking, that promotes problem-solving skills. This is number one condition for the late 21st century and the 22nd century. Second, technology integration, leveraging technology for personalized learning, digital resources, and online courses to bridge educational gaps, especially in rural areas, but not in metropolis or in the city area. Never. 3, vocational education, ensuring inclusivity for marginalized communities and addressing gender disparities in education. 5, quality assurance, implementing stringent quality standards for both public and private educational institutions to maintain a high level of education. 6, research and innovation, encouraging research and innovation at all levels of education to promote scientific and technological advancements. 7, teacher training. Well, investing in teacher training programs to ensure educators are well equipped to impart modern, relevant knowledge. With these few words, I would conclude, and our subject was present, past, present, and future, and my thoughts are recorded here. I will hand it over to the Swami. If they want to print it in a souvenir and distribute among the boys and girls and the teachers present here, I will be immensely thankful. And then, before I wrap up, I want to say, two things, if you allow me. Do you? Okay. Education must invite two segments of life to its precinct. One segment of life is the common masses, the masses whose tears were never accounted for. Swamiji had a dream of New India. Swamiji didn't dream New India emerging out of Calcutta, Mumbai, Delhi, Chennai, Bengaluru or Hyderabad. Swamiji envisioned, Swamiji saw a new India arising out of the peasant's cottage, arising out of the plough of the farmers, arising from the side of the oven of the preacher sailor, from the marshes and markets, from dales and mountains. So their tears must be accounted for. This must be a very important content and purpose and objective of education. Otherwise, again I repeat, it will be a mere howling without any flavor of the soul. And another content of education must enhance the privilege of our women. I will, in this connection, without deliberating much, I will tell a few outstanding girls in our country who have been influenced by Vivekananda and who have saved themselves from committing suicide. And now today, they are our who's who. If I tell their names, they are our who's who. And if I tell their names, I am sure 75% of the audience will be able to locate them. One is, should I say? Kangana Ranawat. I am told she is the #1 actress in India. And she told me, she shared a dais with me on a function of Vivekananda. She told that, Swamiji, what I am today is due to Vivekananda. I am a girl from Shimla. And I was through tremendous mental pressure and depression. Then I came across Vivekananda. And it was Vivekananda who gave me new life. I am today what I am today, and that is entirely to Vivekananda. And another outstanding girl of our country, what is her name? Arunima Sinha. Have you heard her name? The first specially physically able girl to scaled Helsinki, the highest peak of the Himalayas. Highest peak, not of the Himalayas, highest peak, Helsinki in Finland. This girl was absolutely psychologically displaced. She was thinking of extreme steps in her life. And it was from Vivekananda she read, and she came to know she can turn over a new leaf. And the other day she was in Kolkata and she came to me and then told Swamiji, मैंने आया कलकत्ता में, दुबई में लीडरशिप प्रोग्राम था, कि दिल्ली में लीडरशिप प्रोग्राम था, तो कलकत्ता में ITDC सोनार बांग्ला में है, तो मैं सोचा जब मैं आई यहाँ पे तो आपसे थोड़ा मिलूं. And when the press people, media people asked her, what is the secret of your success? She told, what did she tell? एक छोटा सा लॉज, वो लॉज है स्वामी विवेकानंद. मैं स्वामी विवेकानंद का तस्वीर को सिन्हा में रखती हूँ. मैं स्वामी विवेकानंद का तस्वीर वो मेरा हृदय में कलीजा में वहन करती हूँ. That is what this women emancipation is necessary. Vivekananda came for women's emancipation. I will tell you an anecdote before I wrap up. It was in 1964. 1964, it was birthday of Sri Ramakrishna. Our Swamis in Hollywood, they wanted Sri Ramakrishna's birthday to be printed in the engagement column of the dailies in Hollywood that day. But Christopher Isherwood, with all his prowess, literary prowess and influence, couldn't convince a single editor that this is an event worthy to be printed even in the engagement column of any daily. Isherwood's guru was Swami Prabhavanandaji, who is the founder of our Hollywood ashram. Prabhavanandaji, when he heard, he was crying. Tears were rolling down from his cheeks. Isherwood tried to convince his master that there is absolutely no point why he should be so upset. But Prabhavanandaji, from Prabhavanandaji's eyes, tears were rolling down spontaneously. He was not able to control it. After some time, when Isharud found that his guru is not to be consoled, he went home because the following day was Ramakrishna's birthday and he must be the first visitor to his guru Prabhupada. When he came in the early morning, he found tears are flowing down from his cheeks again. And Isharud was shocked, told Master, couldn't you help stop it overnight? Prabhupada throat was completely choked. He was not able to speak. His eyes were full with tears. He stressed all the dailies to Isharud, dailies of that morning. There was not a single newspaper in Hollywood that day which didn't print the photograph of Sri Ramakrishna without knowing that he is Sri Ramakrishna. How it happened? On the following previous morning, or should I say wee hours of the night, on the previous day, one 19 years old girl, American girl, what is her name? Nancy Louis Moore. Nancy Louis Moore, she set herself ablaze. Her body was besmeared with petrol. Set herself ablaze, nobody knows how she was hanging from the tree in the petrol pump. Her body was totally burnt, but her hands were intact. Her hands were intact. In one hand, in the left hand, there was a placard. In the right hand, there was a photograph. In the left hand, the placard said, "Oh, leaders of American Fabianist movement, the way you are steering the women's freedom movement, you will not get freedom. Your movement will not be successful within the next 1,000 years. If you are really sincere to what you say, you look to this man of the East." And the photograph was of Sri Ramakrishna. The editors refused to print the name, the birth anniversary of Sri Ramakrishna, even in the engagement columns. Those editors unknowingly printed his photograph, and that photograph was printed in the first page of all the newspapers of the day in Hollywood. This is why in the Swamiji's agenda, education is top. And there are two big chambers reserved. One big chamber is, well, for the masses. Another big chamber is for women. When our educators think of educational policy, I had a long talk with Rangarajanji when NEP 2020 was drafted. Prime Minister asked Rangarajanji to meet me and talk to me. We had a very, very long discussion. And I told Rangarajanji very specifically that unless if you infuse Swami Vivekananda in the content, unless your education policy is imbued with the flavor of Vivekananda, you know it for certain that this will be simply another education policy. And I am happy to say NEP 2020 is more or less a document of what Swami Vivekananda perhaps foresaw. With these few words, I must thank my brother, Swami Bodhomayanandaji, for two things. One is to invite me and give this wonderful opportunity to be with you, and another to put up with me for such a long time. And then, I have an appeal before you. I will share a very small joke with you. That one gentleman, he was speaking. I do not speak with closed eyes. I speak with open eyes. That gentleman spoke with closed eyes. And by the time his lecture was over, it was morning. And naturally, he found that there is absolutely none in front. But one boy, he was moving to and fro with a club in his hand. And then the speaker called him and told, "Well, gentlemen, Now that all the people have gone, why you are still waiting here? Are you here that I go and you close the auditorium? Well, no, this is not my job. I have not invited you. The job of closing the auditorium lies with the people who invited you. Then is it that you will wrap up the carpets? No, not even that. That is also the onus lies on the organizers. I have nothing to do with this. Well, then why you are loitering to and fro? Well, I am on the lookout for the man who invited you. I have to deal with him. So, if you have the similar reaction, I would certainly request you to look for the man who is responsible for bringing me here. With these few words, I must thank you very profusely. Sarve sukhino bhavantu, sarve santu niramayaha, sarve bhadrani pasyantu, ma kaschit dukkha mahapnat. I pray to my leader, the general of the militia, to which I am a humble soldier. I pray at his lotus feet. Let all be happy. Let all be free from ailments. Let all be blessed with the vision of truth, beauty, and goodness. Let misery touch none. With these few words, I once again express my gratitude, immense gratitude, for bearing with me, that too for such a long time, especially when the lunch is due. That is the crucial thing. And I once again thank all of you.
Thank you, Maharaj. On behalf of the faculty of Vivekananda Institute of Human Excellence and Ramakrishna Mutt, I thank Srimad Swami Suviranandaji Maharaj for the very insightful thoughts and inspiring words you have given. And thank you for your blessings, Maharaj. I know as a General Secretary of the worldwide Ramakrishna Mission and Ramakrishna Mutt, you are very busy. Everyone wants you everywhere. But you have taken time to come here to Hyderabad because of your love for Swami Bodhamanandaji and all of us. Thank you very much for coming all the way here and spending time, valuable time with us. As a token of our love, I request Srimad Swami Suviranandaji to accept a token of love from our side.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Maharaj. Now, we are concluding our first session and we'll be coming back here within 40 minutes again. So the announcements will be made for the tea break and all. Before that, I request our dignitaries to please proceed for the tea break. I request our volunteers to escort our dignitaries for the tea break. For the further announcements to all the students, teachers and faculty, the tea arrangements for the faculty members, teachers and guests is arranged in the Sharada Vanam, which is beside the temple. And for the students, the snacks has been arranged near the VIHE shed area. After the snacks, all the students will assemble near Venkateshwara Hall at VIHE, and all the teachers, devotees and other faculty members, we will again come back here in the same auditorium within 10 minutes. I request all the volunteers to please guide everyone to their respective venues. All the students will be proceeding from the backside. The gents and the students from boys area will go from the backside. And all the ladies will go from your right side and my left side of this auditorium. Faculty members, please take the front door and the students will go from the back door. I request the volunteers to please guide. I request everyone to please be seated in your places. Students, please maintain the decorum of the institution. I request everyone to please settle down. Volunteers, please make sure that all the students are settled down. Send Send the students row by row. I request all the students to please settle down. The volunteers will guide you to your respective venues. Please move row by row. The volunteers are here to guide you. The students will go from the back door. I request everyone to please get back to your respective venues within 10 minutes. I request all the faculty members, teachers, everyone to come back to the same venue within 10 minutes. And all the students will assemble at Venkateshwara Hall near VIHE. Volunteers, please guide everyone to their respective venues. I request the students to please maintain patience. The volunteers will guide you. Please move row by row. The snacks for the students is arranged at VIHE shed area, and the tea arrangements are made for the faculties in the Sharada Vanam. Students, please don't rush at the back door. Please move line by line. Our volunteers will guide you. Gents, please go from the back door. Gents, please move from the back door behind the students. I request everyone to please be patient. The volunteers will guide you. Please move row by row. Volunteers, please guide them to their respective venues. I request everyone to get back to their respective venues within 10 minutes for the next session. All the teachers will be coming back to the same auditorium, and only students will be moving towards the Venkateshwara Hall in VIHE.
तट कौपीनवन्धं
इष्टममरनरवन्द्यम् भूतमहेश्वरमोज्ज्वलभास्करम् इष्टममरनरवन्द्यम् वन्दे वेदतनुमुच्छ्रितगर्भित कामकाञ्चनवन्दम् वन्दे वेदतनुमुच्छ्रितगर्भित कामकाञ्चनवन्दम् भूतमहेश्वरमोज्ज्वलभास्करम् इष्टममरनरवन्द्यम् इष्टममरनरवन्द्यम् इष्टममरनरवन्द्यम्
ಲೇಡು ಸಾಧುವೆ ಹಾಡು ಚಾಗಿಯ ಹಾಡನು ಹಾಡಿನಿಂದೆಚ್ಚರಿಸು ಮಲಗಿಹ ನಮ್ಮ ಈ ತಾಯ್ನಾಡನು ದೂರದಡವಿಯೊಡೆಲ್ಲಿ ಲೌಕಿಕ ವಿಷಯ ವಾಸನೆ ಮುಟ್ಟದೋ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಗಿರಿಗುಹೆ ಕಂದರದ ಬಳಿ ಜಗದ ಗಲಿಬಿಲಿ ತಟ್ಟದೋ
ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಮವು ಸುಳಿಯದೋ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಜೀವವು ತಿಳಿಯದೋ ಕೀರ್ತಿ ಕಾಂಚನವೆಂಬುವಾಸೆಗಳಿಂದ ಜನಿಸುವ ಭ್ರಾಂತಿಯ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಆತ್ಮವು ಪಡೆದು ನಲಿಯುವುದು ನಿಜವಾಗಿಹ ಶಾಂತಿಯ ನಂದಿ ಅರಿವಾನಂದ ವಾಹಿನಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸಂತತ ಹರಿವುದೋ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಎಡೆಬಿಡದಿರದ ತೃಪ್ತಿಯ ಚರಿ ನಿರಂತರ ಸುರಿವುದೋ
ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮೂಡಿದ ಹಾಡನುಡಿಯೈ ವೀರ ಸನ್ಯಾಸಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮೂಡಿದ ಹಾಡನುಡಿಯೈ ವೀರ ಸನ್ಯಾಸಿ ಓಂ ತತ್ಸತ್ அறுவடை விதை விதைத்தவன் பாவம் பாவத்தின் காரணம் மரணம் வளரவே வித்து காரணம் புண்ணியம் புண்ணியத்தின் காரணம் பிறந்த உடல் கொண்ட ஆன்ம வாழ்க்கையின் மலையை கண்டிதம் சுமப்பது கட்டை மீறிய இருப்பவன் யார் கட்டு கட்டினை பெறுவது
என்று அறிந்தோர் சொல்லுவார் பெரும் தத்துவ ஞானிகள் கூறுவார் ஆயினும் ஏன் ஆன்ம என்பது நாமரூபங்களை கடந்தது முக்தியும் பந்தங்கள் இல்லா ஆன்மா எல்லாம் விதிகளை கடந்தது தத்துவமசி என்றறிந்து சாதுவரை பாடு தியாகத்தை பாட்டினை பாட்டில் எழுந்து கொடுத்து கிடந்தான் நம்முடைய தாய் நாட்டினை
மரபு சித்தனை உலகம் அறியட்டும் பாடு சந்நியாசி மரபு சித்தனை உலகம் அறியட்டும் பாடு சந்நியாசி ஓம் தத்சத் కలుగని అందరికి అని కోరు నీవు ఎన్నడు చెడుగు ఎన్నడు కలుగకుండని ఎవరికి నా వల్లను దివిని ఎగిరెడు భువిని పరుగిడు సర్వదాత్మను నేనేగా నా కనరకములాస భయముల నెల్ల చేసెద దూరమా
నేను బ్రతుకని రాలని అది కర్మనదిలో తేలని పూలమాలల వేసి కొందరు పూజ చేయుచు మొక్కని కాలచంద్రోయ కొందరు ధూళి ధూళిల తొలగని అందరొక్కటి కాగ పొగడుదురెవరు పొగడక కొందురు నింద నిందకు నెల్ల చేరగ ఎవరు నిందికు నవ్వుదురు
పెంచు బంధము ధీరతను రోగించు సన్యాసి పెంచు బంధము ధీరతను రోగించు సన్యాసి ఓం తత్సత్ ಕಾಂಚನದಾಸೆ ನೆಲೆಯಾಗಿರುವುದೋ ಸತ್ಯವೆಂಬುವುದಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಳಿಯದು ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಮವು ಇರುವುದೋ ಅಲ್ಲಿ को क्या दिखे, गणना कर मुक्त जाओ, हर जगह हर गाँव तू, सुख को मांग न दुख से टूट न अंधकार में राही तू।
तू प्रकाश को दान दे, संसार माया छोड़ दे, ऐसे हर दिन कर्म शक्ति खत्म होने तक तू जा, मैं तू को छोड़कर आत्मा के अंदर शोध जा। उठो उठो तुम साधु गाओ, गाओ त्यागी गान तुम, गीत गरज के ठान लेके मातृभूमि जगाओ तुम।
तत्त्वमसि को समझ गाओ, वीर सन्यासी, तत्त्वमसि को समझ गाओ, वीर सन्यासी। ओम तत्सत्।
Hello, hello, mic testing, hello. Hello, hello, mic testing, hello. Srinivasan Biru, Mike Srinivas. Mike Srinivas. आधा पे, music पे. Full stop bit, kasep up. Those who are outside, all the other teachers, faculty members, heads of institutions, please come back. We'll start without much delay. I request others to cooperate with others and call all your friends and colleagues back.
My would-be reformers, my would-be patriots, do you feel that millions and millions of descendants of the gods and of sages have become next-door neighbors to brutes? Do you feel that millions are starving today and millions have been starving for ages? Do you feel that ignorance has come over our land like a dark cloud? Has it made you restless? Has it gone into your body, coursing through the veins and becoming consonant with your heartbeats? Has it made you almost mad? And are you seized with that one idea of misery, of ruin? And have you forgotten all about your name, your fame, your wives, your property, your children? Have you done that? Because that is the first step to become a patriot. The very first step.
शीलितापहरण विश्वमानव शान्तिदाता विश्वमानव शान्तिदाता नरवर मुक्तिनेता विवेकानन्दा विवेकानन्दायति वरेण्य అందుకొను మా వందనములు వివేకానందా యతి వరేణ్య.
One quick announcement. All of you are sitting at the back, need not leave gaps. It is now your session only. కొంత దగ్గరికి వస్తే it will be good to interact. Please come forward. All teachers come forward. Modi ji, thoda put them all front. Teachers and others, ముందుకు వచ్చేయండి. This side also, you can move to there as quickly as possible. Second row, third row. Those who are coming can come forward. Those who are coming from the roadside, gate side, please come forward. Paigra. Please come forward. Those who are in that part of the ముందుకు వచ్చేయండి. Please come forward. Happy. Namaste to everybody. Namaste to everybody. Good afternoon. Show Madhyanam. Melkonunnara. 3 people don't have holidays. Should not take holidays. No vacation. First is the teachers. Second is the doctors. Third is the judges. Remove these 3, our society will collapse. And who is responsible for the doctors and the judges? First category. So all of us have great responsibility. Vivekananda was a great teacher. Sri Ramakrishna, a great teacher. And you also fall in line of becoming one of the greatest teachers. So we have Dr. Mohan Raghavan, Head of the Department of Heritage Science and Technology, IIT Hyderabad, and Dr. T.G.K. Murthy also. And we have Dr. Sumita Roy and other panelists, other faculty members and others also. Usha Reddy is there, Sri Devi ma'am is there, and all of you are learned in your own way. We'll have a wonderful session for the next 45-50 minutes. You can clarify yourself and absorb the spirit of this, how the ancient knowledge is put into present and present into the future. Okay, may I request Dr. Mohan Raghavan, Dr. T.G.K. Murthy to come onto the stage, please. Yeah, please settle down fast, all of you. There's a humorous story in the life of Sri Ramakrishna, which I'll just share with you for just settling down others. All of you know Sri Ramakrishna had 16 disciples, monastic disciples. Leader was Vivekananda. Each one is a tremendous world mover, whether it was Swami Brahmananda, Premananda and others. They did not go beyond graduation or something, but they became the greatest illuminaries. Because of them, what we are seeing now in the Ramakrishna order in the whole world is going on. Okay, they moved all around the world. They moved, some came to south, some went north, some went to America. And one of them did not go out of Calcutta, and he was a servant boy. He was from the cowherd shepherd community, Chapra district of Bihar, one of the backward districts of Bihar. He came in search for a job in Kolkata. What is the job? Menial work, washing clothes and cleaning utensils, etc. He was appointed as a servant boy in a homeopathy doctor's house by name Ramachandra Datta, who was an uncle of Swami Vivekananda. And what this young boy, an illiterate boy, a cowherd boy, in the modern term, Dalit boy, what was his work? To take some vegetables and fruits to Dakshineshwar Kali temple and come back. That was his work. And whenever clothes are there, he will wash. But when Sri Ramakrishna saw him for the first time bringing some fruit and vegetables, he was so thrilled with the purity of the boy, he requested his own disciple Ramachandra Datta, "Hey Ram, allow this boy to stay with me." Boy said, "What more great blessing you want to stay with Sri Ramakrishna always?" What he has to do? Clean the room, wipe the room, and clean some vessels, which is prasadam is brought from the temple, that's all. Absolutely illiterate to the core. To pronounce Hindi, he cannot. Bhojpuri he used to speak. Bengali, 50-50. And when we read the originals, so humorous, that word, mixing Bengali with Bhojpuri. But very, very nice, very pure. This is going on. By the time Calcutta University students, professors used to come to Sri Ramakrishna. Narendra also is coming, the brilliant student of the Calcutta University, and here is a servant boy, an illiterate boy. Sri Ramakrishna thought, I will teach him some basic alphabets so that at least he can read something when others also are reading. He told, "Hey, Latu," his name was Latu Ram, Raktu Ram, come here. And keep in mind, all of you, Sri Ramakrishna also did not go to school. Maximum 3rd standard dropout. Mathematics means greatest enemy. He will run away whenever there is a mathematics class. But whenever there is dance class, he will attend. Music class, he will attend. Maths, no. ఈ కోమటి విద్య నాకు వద్దు, క్యాలిక్యులేటివ్ విద్య నాకు వద్దు అనేవారు. బట్ డూ యూ నో నౌ, in the name of Sri Ramakrishna, PhD mathematics department is there in Vivekananda University. One who hated mathematics. In his name we have brilliant mathematicians as monks. Look at his Leela, look at his this one. And one of the greatest mathematicians a monk is appointed by Tata Institute of Fundamental Research in Mumbai at an amazing salary of only 50 lakhs a month. A sannyasi is paid, but he doesn't have bank balance. Once the 50 lakhs comes, he will distribute it to 50 students, 1 lakh each, scholarship. That is his seva to society, but his mind is above Chandrayaan. He is from Berkeley University, PhD. Sri Ramakrishna did not like maths, but he brought a greatest mathematician to be a monk and a teacher. Wonderful. Now Sri Ramakrishna started teaching an illiterate boy. He was about 14 years. The first word in Bengali is K. Akshara K. Sri Ramakrishna wrote K. And called the boy, others are all sitting, demonstration is going on, how to teach. What to teach, when to teach, why to teach. Look at the paradox. Vivekananda is sitting brilliant. Sri Ramakrishna did not know how to read and write, but basics he knew, Bengali he knew. He wrote on the slate K and asked Latu, pronounce this as K. And this boy fumbled, mumbled, jumbled. K. Tongue twisting. He is not able to do it. Sri Ramakrishna said, my dear boy, it is not Ka, it is K. Second time, bolo, K, bolo. Again he is trying, he is not able to cut the word K. Again Ka, Dirgham. Third time, more Dirgham. Sri Ramakrishna got annoyed, upset. He rubbed off that alphabet and said, Latu, your education started today, your education ended today. No more for you. Immediately he became upset. Others laughed. Oh, such a poor boy. No. Ka goda chappalede. Tears in his eyes. I am such a ordinary fellow, worthless fellow. Look at all the intelligent students of Calcutta University. Oh, in my life, I will not be able to read and write. Now, Sri Ramakrishna saw his dull face and blessed him and said, this education is not for you. You have got another education. A time will come when the truths of Vedanta will come out of your heart and mouth. People will listen to you in stunned silence. It literally became true after 20 years. Without studying, he went directly to realization. And he was the only one who could debate and argue with Vivekananda about Vedanta. No Aksharabhyasam, but he got the Parama Satyam. Paravidya it is called in the Upanishads. Aparavidya is what Roti Kapada Makan we are reading every day. Career education. But he got the highest spiritual education by the blessing of Sri Ramakrishna. Whatever Upanishads, whatever sciences he used to explain, and greatest scholars of Calcutta used to listen like school kids. And to cut the story short and come back now, he went with Swami Vivekananda to North India tour. Vivekananda came back from America and took some American disciples to North India to explain about Indian history. And everything is being done in English, because they are all Americans. He is telling about Rana Pratap, he is telling about Akbar, he is telling about Agra Fort, he is telling about Indian history, British occupation, everything. Not a single word this man is able to understand. He is only packing and opening the bags. One day, this innocent boy, but a tremendous mind, Vedanta, he went and asked his elder brother called Noreen. Noreen also he will not tell, he will tell Lorraine. Lorraine bhai, जो बोल रहा है हमको थोड़ा समझाओ ना. साहब अंग्रेजी में बोल रहा है, थोड़ा हमको समझाओ ना. I want also to learn Indian history. Vivekananda just pricked him and said, you fool, you can't study properly and understand alphabets? You want to learn Indian English, Indian history? No, I want it. It's not possible to make you understand. Now comes a bullet, a thunderbolt from the heart of young boy. He became Swami Adbhutananda later. He attacked Swami Vivekananda. In Bhojpuri, in Hindi, he mentioned, what is the use of your knowledge you are teaching? If you cannot teach me, an illiterate boy, to understand Indian history, your knowledge is waste. The way he told, Vivekananda said, even my master was not able to defeat me. Latu, today you have become Plato, not Lato. I am defeated by you. Whole night Vivekananda sat with him and in Hindi and Bengali taught him what all in English he was explaining. Now Latu is very, very happy. See the master stroke of these disciples. Come the past of India, in the present at the time, 125 years ago, and now we are talking 21st century, 2023, 9th of September. So the entire connection, we are happy to get Dr. Mohan Raghavan. In IIT Madras, Hyderabad alone, I think, somebody told me, this branch of heritage science, Indian heritage science and technology, has been introduced as a syllabus for the IITians, and Dr. Mohan Raghavan is heading the department. More about sir from our volunteer, and then later we'll conclude with his after presentation. Some of you can interact, and we'll conclude. By the time the students, after finishing their panel discussion, they will come back here and we will listen to them and have the final session. All right? So absorb yourself in ancient heritage and modern science and heritage. We have Dr. T.G.K. Murthy, who has written a book on Vivekananda, which is made a film today, a documentary film recently released. Book is there in the bookstall. Vivekananda, an intuitive scientist. This is a book written by Dr. T.G.K. Murthy. It will be very good for teachers to go through that and explain it to your children also when you go back to classroom on Monday or Tuesday. So a little introduction about Dr. Mohan Raghavan, and then we'll have his presentation. Please welcome Dr. Mohan Raghavan and Dr. T.G.K. Murthy.
Thank you, Maharaj. Dr. Mohan Raghavan, sir, researchers and teachers at the Department of Biomedical Engineering in the board area of computational neuroscience and motor systems in particular. Dr. Mohan sir is also founding head of the Department of Heritage Science and Technology at IIT Hyderabad. His research at this department is focused on reinventing the yoga studios in a digital age that enables scale, efficacy, and authenticity. He has recently co-authored a test book on elements of Indic knowledge systems and heritage. He has also a postdoctoral fellow at National Center for Biological Sciences, Bangalore, and holds a PhD in the area of computational neuroscience from IISc, Bangalore. Prior to entering academics, he spent 7 years at Motorola, where he was part of the team that developed the world's first 3G mobile phone. He explores symbolic digital art on Indic themes and occasionally writes short fiction that deals with cultural themes embedded in contemporary context. Today, Sir will be speaking on the Indic model of education. May I now request Dr. Mohan Raghavan Garu to please address the gathering.
नमः सदसे नमः सदसस्पतये नमः सखीनां पुरोगाणां चक्षुषे नमो दिवे नमः पृथिव्यै सप्रथसभां मे कोपाय ये च सभ्याः सभासदः तानिन्द्रियावतः कुरु सर्वमायुरुपासताम्. Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. At the outset, my heartfelt pranams to all the gurus of this ancient land, Bharata, and at the holy feet of the great Jnani Yogi, Sri Ramakrishna ji, and Sharadamba Mata, and my gratitude to Swami Bodhmayanand ji for having me here today amidst all of you on this momentous occasion. I've been given the great opportunity to talk about the Indian model of education. So what is a model of education? What is an Indian model of education? We all know what is the current model of education, right? So broadly, if you look at it, there are two types of education systems right now. One is primary schooling and all of that, where we go up to maybe 10th standard, maybe 11th and 12th as well. And then there is a higher education system where you get degrees, maybe degrees in science, commerce, engineering, etc. And then even higher degrees, a master's degree, maybe a PhD degree, and so on and so forth. Now you also, so this is a in a simple terms, this is kind of the education system that we all go through. Okay? So in this education system, so what are the very important aspects of any education system today? First is schools and colleges, largely institutions. These are the institutions that serve as places where education is given. Secondly, it is the teachers, the faculty in these various institutions. It could be teachers, professors, lecturers, researchers, whatever you call them, it's the faculty. Thirdly, of course, it's all about students, correct? Now, there is an institution, and within it there are faculty, there are students. But what is the other real big thing that's supposed to come out of all these educational institutions? And that is generation of knowledge. Knowledge needs to be generated, newer pieces of understanding, newer innovation, better understanding. All of this knowledge needs to be created, right? So all of these are parts of an education model or an education system. And then there is one more aspect other than these four, right? So we now talked of four of them. One is institution, faculty, there are students, and there is the process of knowledge creation. But then there is something really more important than that, which is broadly the goals of an education system or the value system, right? What is the education system being designed for? So I think the large, part of the audience here are teachers, they're educationers. So I'm broadly going to keep that in mind while we talk. Right? So we should go back and see when we design an education system, whether it is school or college education system, what are the goals that people have, right? So you must, if those of us who have been, heard the slogans of, let's say, the 1980s, right? So what did you see in all advertisements? Saksharta mission. 100% literacy, right? So what was the goal that was driving all education systems? Education for all, universal education, 100% literacy. And how do you define literacy? Read, write, arithmetic, 3 R's. And then you have, that is the value. They said that everybody gets educated, everybody is able to deal their normal lives, interact with others. This is what we want. So what we really value a lot, what we really want is the value system that guides the system. So literacy, 100% literacy is one thing. Then we went from 100% literacy. Now let's think of what do students really want when they get into an education system. First thing a student gets into education system, first thing they'll ask, will I get a job? Right? So what is the value here? Money, it's about roti, kapda, makan. I need to be able to get money at the end of the whole journey. So that is what I am valuing. Fine. Now let us think of people who actually set up schools, colleges. Okay, let's say a lot of you, some of you might be part of an engineering college, a science college, an arts college, a graduates college. So if somebody wants to set up a college, what is the first thing they will ask? Is this college even viable? Right? So if I open an arts college, how many students will come? How much money will I make? And that is dependent on where will my students go into. If I get good placements for my students, I can charge more money on the fees, right? So now based on this, what are we actually trying to do? Viability. Viability of the business, that's one thing. Now there is one more thing as well. When the government decides, okay, or a university decides what course to start, the first thing that you would need to answer or think of is, where will these students go? Okay, how many computer science graduates should come out and how many civil engineering graduates should come out? How many electronics graduates should come out? Right? How many doctors should come out? So all of these decisions are made based on what is the state of the economy, how many people can be absorbed in this area. If I make 100,000 computer science engineers, they will get absorbed. And hence so many colleges came up. Doctors, we need so many doctors. Okay, so these many seats are allotted to a college to graduate. Right? So now what is the value system? It's about how do you fit into the economy. Correct? When you think of doctors, how do you decide how many doctors, how many seats can be given? You see, what is the projected amount of doctors required for universal health care? Correct? And then you back calculate and say, okay, these many colleges must be there. We must produce these many doctors, and so on and so forth. So what are the values that are designing the education system? It's things like literacy, economic criteria, GDP, employability, and how much can be absorbed, universal health care, universal this, that, etc. And then there are also some other criteria. Okay, some people say all of this is not enough. You must have independent thinking. If you are not able to bring out independent thinking, you must have all of these. Fine, we have all of these, right? So this is how a value system guides how an entire education system should run. And a lot of times, while institutions, faculty, students, and the process of knowledge creation also is very evident to us, the value system that drives the whole education system is often in the background. It is not seen very easily. Okay? So we look at these 5 things that make up an education model, and then now let us try to compare. What is Indic about it? What is a Bharatiya model of education? Correct? And in the next 10-15 minutes, I'll try to take as little time as possible, and say in the next 10 to 15 minutes, we will look at what are the differences, compare, contrast, look at what the current education system does on all these 4-5 parameters, and how does the Indic system go. Okay? So firstly, let's look at the value system, because once that will decide how an education system should be made. Correct? So today's value systems are, literacy, employability, roti, kapda, makan, salary, all of those. Yeah? But what was the essential value system in the Indics? Okay? So the Indian rishis, Bharatiya rishis, asked themselves one very simple question. They said, okay, fine. We want, roti, kapda, and makan, let's say. Okay? So we want food to eat, we want clothes. So what does food to eat give us? Why do we need food to eat? Because we need to survive, right? Fine. Beyond survival, is it enough? Everybody, if everybody has just plain roti every single day, we will all survive. Or just rice with some little curd or whatever it is, we will all survive. Is that enough for all of us? Is that what all of us are going back behind? No. We want those special dishes, whatever we want. Correct? We want rich food. We want, dosa, we want masala dosa, we want biryani, we want pulao, we want everything. All kinds of things. Why do we need all of that? Because I like it, right? I like it, I love it. And that's why I want it. And what does this liking mean, right? Because if you eat something that you really like, you feel happy. You feel so nice. Similarly about, if you look at employability or money, okay, everybody looks at what is the pay packet at the end of the graduation. Why does everybody want a high pay packet? Can we eat money? We can't. But it gives you status. It gives you status in society. 10 people look at you and say, wow, this person is really great. Okay? That gives us happiness. You look at everything else. 100% literacy, universal health care, whatever goals you take. Why should we want health care for everybody? Because if you are unhealthy, it's painful. It's so painful if you are, you have a splitting headache, you have a disease that cannot be cured. So at the bottom of all of these other value systems that you can ever come up, you can come up with any of these, okay? But the rishis realized that the fundamental currency underneath all these value systems is that a human, not just a human, every single animal is only looking for happiness. It is only looking for happiness and abolishment of its negation, which is dukkha. Right? So if you look at all Bharatiya scriptures, all Indic scriptures, or literature, or any system, you will always see that they typically start by trying to understand, get happiness of one or the other kinds. Right? So the Bharatiya rishis placed the pursuit of happiness as their topmost value system because they said, not that they did not believe in roti kapda makan, but for the simple reason that they said whatever value system you decide, eventually the currency by which we can really enjoy it is happiness. Right? So you can buy rice, you can buy biryani, you can buy a house, you can do whatever you want, but buying all of that is only through money. Correct? And similarly, whether it is name, fame, food, wealth, grandeur, health, whatever we want, all of that essentially can be enjoyed through the goals of happiness. And that is why the primary model by which the Indics built their entire education system, their society, everything, is to maximize happiness. And this is something that is missing in our systems, not that we don't care for it. It is just that we have designed it for all the derivatives, but not the actual happiness. You design something for employability, you will get employability. But you can't assume that you design something for employability, you will get happiness. It doesn't happen. Right? So this is one of the fundamental aspects of a Bharatiya model for education, that you explicitly say that I want to maximize happiness for everybody. For everybody. Okay, not just one person, not just for people of my own family or community or whatever. Happiness for myself, happiness for my family, for my society, for my country, for the entire world, not just for humans, but for Shanno Astu Dvipade, Shan Chatushpade. It's for animals and for humans, any sentient beings, everybody should be given happiness. This is their topmost value system for which they start to build everything. Right? Now you have decided that happiness is what I'm looking after. They now actually said, okay, how can I get the maximum of happiness? How can I get a large variety of happiness? And from here flows all the other things, the para and the apara vidyas that Swamiji was talking about. The para vidyas, the happiness that is within ourselves that we get, is the highest magnitude of happiness that you get. Okay? And hence that is foremost. They placed emphasis on having an education system by which people will learn to directly access the source of happiness within ourselves. Okay? But they don't stop at that. Okay? You have access to the source of happiness right within here. But we are living in this world. We can't always be within ourselves. We have to walk out. of our inner self. We have to walk in our homes, in our country, outside. So they placed equal emphasis on deriving happiness from roti, kapda, makan, all the other pleasures that we see outside. But they did it by being consciously aware of the fact that there are all kinds of happiness, and we'll make sure that all of them are given to our people. Right? So this is the value system. Happiness for all is the value system that the Indics actually made. That's number one. Now let us see how is this put into action. How is it put into action in our system? You have various institutes, you have various schools. At the level of institutes, either you have a university, so many colleges affiliated to the university, and the university decides a syllabus, and the syllabus goes down to all the colleges. Every college, every department sends it to every teacher, and every teacher takes it to every class. Okay? And the teacher is supposed to parrot out or say whatever it is that needs to be said to the teacher, to the students, right? So what have we done? We have placed all our emphasis on institutions and process, but we have converted our teachers into glorified parrots or puppets. The teacher cannot decide how to teach, what to do, nothing. They have to exactly put out what is there in the syllabus. At most, what freedom they are given is on how you want to present it. They can choose some different examples, they can choose things in a different way. Fine, of course, there is quite a lot of things. But this is what it is. But how was it in the Indic system? They said, okay, happiness is what you need to do. You need to make a person fit and worthy of getting happiness in all kinds. Okay? Now the job is yours. Go do it however you do. Okay? When a rishi or an acharya or somebody goes out and says that I am going to spread this to others, he has a simple goal. Bring in students and make them complete by allowing them to enjoy all happiness that they want. Right? Happiness, make them fit for enjoying happiness within and for enjoying happiness outside. Enjoy happiness within, it's by tapas, svadhyaya, etc., and enjoyment outside by actually telling them how to use all these external things by various apara vidyas, by various kalas, all the different skills. But while doing all of it, they are taught that don't do anything in such a manner that you will leave your happiness within, that you will ever be unhappy. Right? And hence you have so many rules. You were taught yama, niyama, you have taught all these things, do this, don't do this, be happy, keep your mind calm, always do the right thing, satyam vada, dharmanchara, etc., All of them are being taught. And while they're being taught all of this, they're also being taught, do not necessarily give up, go and have more kids, have your progeny, teach them, teach your shishyas, make sure the knowledge grows in all ways, have all the happiness that this world can give you, but at the same time, do not forget the happiness that is within. Right? So the second point I wish to make on the difference between today's education model and the Indic education model is the primacy placed on the teacher. We have converted our teacher into puppets or parrots, but in the Indic system, the teacher was the institution. There is no separate institution other than the teacher. The teacher is the school, is the Gurukula. If the teacher moves from one place to another place, it's as good as the whole school has moved. And there were many such schools as well. Okay? We hear of so many big schools, of Kanva, of Vasishta, and all of these very big rishis and masters who had, there was an elaborate system of Gotra, Charana, etc. Each of them functioned as schools. And more than that, while we are talking of schools at large scale, where, a Kanva Muni could have a school where there are hundreds, thousands of pupils, right? At the same time, you also have people who just were within their home and taught handful of people right within their home. Right? So another subtle point here to note is that now today we look at what is the permission required to start a school or a college. You should have X acres of land. You should have this playground. You should have these many crores to build this much building. You must first show the inspector this kind of infrastructure. You should show X number of teachers. The teachers should have Y number of qualifications. The Y number of qualifications should come from Z kind of schools. You have a long list of things that people need to be done, but nowhere is anybody actually checking, will the students go out happy or not? There is no such thing, but this is how we are setting up schools. But whereas, how were schools started earlier? The guru checks which of his disciples is most accomplished, okay? And amongst those, I mean, Panini describes this in many places in his works. Okay, where he says that there are some of his students who have now become teachers by themselves because they were exceedingly good. So when a teacher finds a student who is exceedingly good, he is given permission to go and start off on his own. That is it. That's your new school. Right? So by merging the notion of institution with the notion of a teacher and placing him at the center of the institution, you have made sure now that your quality does not suffer at all. The particular teacher in case may have a huge infrastructure, in cases he may not have infrastructure. But the point is, if a person is absolutely good, wherever you put him, with resources or without resources, he will always give you fantastic results. If you give a lot of resources, he may increase the results. He may train a large number of pupils. But if you don't give him those many, he may train small number of pupils, but nowhere will the quality suffer. Every person who is a product of this education system will again get the happiness that is at the source of whatever they wanted, right? So this is the second and the third point. I've made 3 points now. Firstly, the value system of an education. Secondly, what is an institution? And in the Indic sense, an institution is not at all different from the teacher. And thirdly, the infrastructure needs, which are today the biggest reasons for not being able to reach education out for everybody, and also many times for substandard education and bad outcomes. Right? So these are some 3 of the very important points that I think should be the contours of a new education system. And there is a 4th one, but always remember that never enforce the 4th one until you are able to deliver on the first 3. And what is this 4th one? It is about how the students should be. Okay? How the students should be. Today we take great pride in enforcing that. Okay? We take great pride in saying, what is the students? How were students in our age? Students were so well behaved. Students were like this. Students were like that. We like to give huge number of lectures to students on how they should be. And we like to give lectures to kids also on how students should be. What is the ideal? What is this? What is that? Fine, all that. It was all there in our country. But then how were the teachers? How was the education system? How were the institutes? How were the institutions? We forget all of that. Okay. Now, I'm not saying that, I'm not at all making a case that, children should not be disciplined or kids should not be disciplined. Okay. But before we crack the rod so hard, let us first turn our gaze inwards and say, as teachers, let us become like the teachers of yore. Right? Let us become the teachers of yore. Of course, you don't have to go tell your students this, that, okay, I'm not going to weld the rod on you until I become perfect myself. Okay. This is an internal journey, but we have to be conscious as teachers that unless I have inculcated that value system where I hold myself responsible for the student being completely capable when he goes out, okay? Unless I can put myself in that situation, I cannot, I should be very conscious of that, okay? So under all of these conditions, how were the Shishyas in the Indic system? The Shishya was Shlishta. He was attached, he was bound, he was devoted, he was completely merged with the Guru. When a Guru was of this kind, when he could deliver value, which is highest levels of happiness, when he could ensure outcomes, and when he could run this whole thing, he was capable of making the student someone really big. In such a case, the student was Shlishta. He was completely devoted to the Guru, just as if there was nothing else in the world for a Shishya other than for a Guru. Right? So these were the 4 aspects of the Indic education system which took Bharat to the greatness and to the pinnacle, where all the other countries sent their emissaries here to understand how did the Indian education system work. Not in the days of Huansang and Fahian, but even as late as the 18th century, when the Britishers actually sent people here to make a survey of Indian education. And even in that dilapidated state, when people made objective assessments, they said that the standard of education here is not too much below what is there in UK and France in those days. Okay, this is on records, but many times it is papered over. Okay, so with these words, I would like to rest this talk today. And once again emphasizing that the biggest thing that one can get out of education is the ability to be happy and at peace and contented, both within oneself and also in our external lives. When our happiness speaks through our actions, when our contentment and peace speaks through our words, and when this happens, every single word, every single action that we perform is going to spread this experience of peace, not just message of peace, this experience of peace, happiness and contentment. Sarve bhavantu sukhinah, sarve santu niramanah.
Thank you so much, sir. I now request Swami Bodhanandaji.
We can take some questions.
So, the session is open for question answer session. If there are any queries that you would like to clarify from the Mohan sir, you can raise your hand. The mic will come to you.
Yes.
Good afternoon, sir. Thank you for your wonderful insights and advice given teachers. So, if we have a glance at the national education policy, do you feel that it is reconnecting to our ancient system of education?
Right. So an education policy, okay, is a framework, a guiding framework at the top. Okay. The answer to your question depends on how it is implemented. Okay. So implementation is the key. And if people who implement it are enlightened, they know how this model works, what truly is the Indic model, what is the Bharatiya mechanisms for Shiksha, Shiksha Vidyopadane. That's the Indic model, where you are actually giving the experience to another person. If the implementers understand this, absolutely yes. But the framework is of course Indic, but for it to be, to give you results, the implementation is the key.
We have one question.
Good afternoon, sir. The session given was very nice and very informative, and which is more advantageous. But one doubt I have: a teacher should be an institution. Is this possible in this present education system?
Well, it is possible. I'll tell you how or why it is possible. You still have students. If you check out how students choose colleges or courses or departments, okay, although they may not state it, a lot of times they are influenced by one or two people in that particular place, right? So people do make their decisions based on the people teaching at a particular institute. So this is an example of the teacher becoming an institution by itself. This is only de facto, okay, but it's not de jure. As in, it's not become a framework in itself. As of now, that framework does not exist. Within our current framework, nobody will give an accreditation for one person to actually graduate and certify engineers. Unfortunately or fortunately, that's not the case. However, in practicality, this does happen. in the way I just described. When you look at students, they will say, okay, I will take this department or this department because I know this place has this person. Right? In higher education, it is definitely happening. When people choose a PhD advisor, people choose an institute, etc., a lot of times they'll say, don't go swayed by the, the name of the institute. Look at who is there. Or look at where people have been placed. All those people who went to this place, where did they get placed? Okay? Based on that, students actually choose. So it's actually happening.
Dr. Ragavan, it was very insightful, your talk. I have a question. You spoke about in the Indic stage where there were a lot of knowledge creation. But these days, the end objective is to score high marks because then that is the passport to the next higher education. So the focus of all our faculty is more on how to make the students succeed and score more marks. With that, I find today's assessment is more of knowledge reproduction than knowledge creation. Your comments on how do we move to knowledge creation? Thank you.
Right. So knowledge creation is, so there are two kinds of institutions at the higher education level where we see. One is the university systems, okay, and the other is the autonomous institute kind of system. In the university system, it has consciously been brought in such a way that all the research and etc. happens at the higher university level, and at the affiliated colleges, people are only expected to teach. If you manage to do some new knowledge creation, it's a bonus. Take it. Okay? This has been designed this way, and I feel that is a lacuna. And this comes again from the system thinking that, oh, individual teachers are not capable of taking these decisions of what to teach and when to teach and how to teach. It must be decided at some central level by a bunch of 5 or 10 very top people, and then others must only implement exactly in teaching it. Okay? So I think this is a systemic thing where we have got into thinking that process is the key. This works in factories. If you have a shop floor which is continuously generating a part of the same kind, process is the magic that does the job. But creating people is not a shop floor. It's not a factory environment. It's a very, very personalized environment, and here I believe the teachers or the faculty are the key. And wherever, even within our current educational systems, at places where the teacher is put in charge, knowledge creation does happen. And example for that, now if you look at today's education system, where is the highest number of new knowledge creation happening? It's in the higher rung universities, the autonomous institutes, and all of these places. And why does it happen? In these institutes, a teacher has a good amount of autonomy. For example, in autonomous institutes, a faculty, or it's called sometimes as a principal investigator, he has complete freedom on what to research, what to study, what his students will do, what the outputs will be. Complete freedom on that. Nobody asks a question on his research and things like that. And in such systems, new knowledge creation does happen. But when we have designed a system where people are prevented from doing anything new and are supposed to dish out the same thing over and over again, it's very unfair to expect from them, why haven't you created new knowledge? So it's not an indictment of the person concerned or people concerned. It's just how our system has been structured today. Fortunately or unfortunately. Again, with NEP, it's only a top-level policy document. The implementation is very, very key. In all of these places, implementation is the most important. In fact, in some places, I say that even without a new policy document, you can actually implement changes. It is possible to do when the implementer has this vision and he can execute it. So this is always the difference between the NEP is an enabling provision, right? Because if somebody tried to implement it, you could have charged him saying, why are you doing it? Show me one reason why you should not be prosecuted. In such a cases, this person can say, this is the NEP, this is the policy, it enables me to do it, and hence I'm doing it. That is all an NEP will do. It gives I have your back, so please go ahead and implement. Implementation must be done at the middle rung level.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Mohan Raghavan, for your insightful thoughts on that. you spoke about the value education, values. Values must be inculcated. So in present scenario, people are at a wrong perspective that the school or a college or an educational institution which brings top ranks only are the best ones, but not on the values. So how these values can be inculcated or integrated in the teaching, any tips? And then there should be a specific measuring scale that a student with values is a better contributor for the community or the society. So this value education nowadays, because it is going down, so what are the tips that we can integrate it and then we can show to the public or people that a person with values is more productive or more contributing person in the society?
Okay, so the broad import of the question is, in spite of all our protestations, nobody is really worried about values. And the reason for this is very simple. We have brought values down to a moral science class. Okay, for us, values means one more subject, one more moral science class. Right? When will people value a value? When we actually value it. What is value? If it is taken away from us and we will protest. Okay, so then it is value. Okay. For example, if tomorrow I stop teaching some values, you have to be nice, you have to be polite, you have to do this, you have to do that. Okay. If I stop doing it, where is the loss for me? Where is the loss for me? I mean, as there may be a loss for me in the global context. Okay, overall, if everybody becomes impolite, then the place will become unruly. But that's none of my problem, right? If the place becomes unruly, I don't know. I am going to be impolite today, and I can get away with it. What does it give me, right? So it is because we have placed all these derivative components as values. Actually, this is not value because I am not valuing this. The real value is happiness. You take away anybody's happiness in any which way, will they allow you to? You take away a person's, gulab jamun that is on the plate in front of him. You take it away. I am going to protest tomorrow. So you strike at the root of all of this and say happiness is going to be taken away. Will we protest or not? If I am put in jail, I will protest. Why? Because I am physically feeling pain. I have to either physically feel pain or I have to see sudden reduction in my happiness. Right? So this is where the value must directly be placed, and kids must be taught from the primary or the earliest level saying, see, all of this is being done for happiness. And tell them how all the other values that all the moral science class that we take is linked to happiness. And not just tell them. Telling is never going to be enough. You have to make the other person experience it. And this is what the Gurukulas used to do. They used to actually start from somewhere, sometimes come from a tangential route, but the end point would always be an aha moment. The student realizes, Anandam Brahmeti Vyajanat. The moment he has realized that, happiness is everything, okay? Now you can never take him away from it. Now you can never take him away from it because he has got a huge wealth which if you take away from him, it's robbery. He will attack you. He will not let go of this. We have not put the value in the place where the actual value is. We have, of course, there is an elaborate science because of which, being polite, Vinaya is important, Vidya is important, Vidya, Vinaya, Sampanne, etc., etc. So all of these are important, but these are derivatives. It is very tough to convince anybody that this is important or this is valuable. Right? So, but the Indic system directly did it. The end point of Brahmacharya is when you have found your highest state of happiness within. Okay? And now if you tell him, don't speak a harsh word because it will upset your mind internally, right? Then he sees value because he is enjoying the bliss of Ananda inside, and by speaking a harsh word, he sees, my previous state, which was like tranquil, has now become unruly. And hence there is value in it for him to say, okay, now I will be polite, I will be nice, satyam vada, dharmanchara, etc., etc. All of these, then people will realize the value. But we have not at all inculcated into the curriculum how to be happy. We have not brought in yama and we have not brought in niyama. We have not told them what is that happiness. We have not even given them a small trailer. Forget it. Okay, let's say you cannot make everybody an Atmajnani. But we haven't even given them a trailer of how that kind of happiness looks like. Once we tell kids or we make them feel that happiness, even a little bit of it once, then you can convince them about all of these. This is the problem in my opinion. Correct. The answer is that you... Correct. Correct. So I'll tell you the answer. Correct. So the good education, okay, let us say, the actual way to do is, let us say your primary education, which is up to, let's say, class 3rd or 4th, okay? This is not the only way. This is just probably one way, okay? Let us say until 3rd or 4th standard education will only focus on children understanding how to be happy. This is not something completely new. Japan does it. A lot of their primary education is just about values and how to live your life. Teaching them how to live your life. Okay? If this is made an integral part of primary education, it will give fruits later on. That is not happening, and this is the solution. Right. So this is... Yeah, I saw that. Okay. Okay, yeah. So, okay, fine, I'll tell you. So, now you're asking me what should be the kind of syllabus that's required in a school education for this to happen, okay? So, the school education at the primary level, okay, on the one hand should have the basic 3 R's, read, write, arithmetic. There's no doubt about it. But along with that, there should be simple courses on yama, niyama, or the equivalents of it. You can choose, say, Atma Gunas, you can choose yama, niyama. These should become part of primary education. Okay? When Atma Gunas are cultivated, yama, niyamas are cultivated, the very fundamental, we are not talking of the high yoga. The very, very introductory phases like yama, niyama, where all of these should be inculcated not in a textbook lesson. Okay, it doesn't mean tomorrow you print a textbook with all of point 1, 2, 3, 4. Practically, this should be learning outcomes in schools. Okay, when this is done, this is the first step. This should carry marks, or marks does not really matter as long as you certify that this student seems to have reasonably acquired the art of practicing these yama, niyamas and atma gunas, right? So that itself is something that starts to show on your ranking, and then start valuing it. Promote people who will do it, okay? So this is for primary education. Now you come to higher education, etc. Here again, what needs to be done is, on one side you learn math, you learn calculus, you do algebra, you do geometry, you do physics, you do quantum, you do all of this, okay? But these are explorations of the physical world, okay? But you also have subjects that will explore our internal worlds. How do we feel happy? What is behavior? How is our behavior shaped? What does it take for us to be happy? What does it take for us to maintain our happiness? So have basic courses on Sankhya, on Vedanta, or on yoga. All the Indian knowledge systems must be part of this particular course. And that's kind of what we are trying to do at the Department of Heritage, Science and Tech, where we say heritage, science and tech. We are going to engineer, help our heritage, and we are going to study the science behind our heritage and our knowledge systems. Right? So this is the broad thought, and we have inculcated this in the higher education systems, where if you look at our curriculum, every single stream's curriculum on the one side has Indic subjects, it has the other scientific subjects, and we place equal emphasis on both of them together. The same must happen even at the primary level. You give them read, write, arithmetic, but you also teach them yama, niyama, atma guna. You teach them the stories from Puranas. How do you teach atma guna? You can't give them a lecture. You have to only give them examples and stories from the Ramayana, from the Mahabharata or the Bhagavata. right? You can talk about, how you should never be angry, okay? But instead of giving a lecture, give them a story of Rama. What did he do when he was about to be king and then he was banished to the forest, right? So it is like giving you your favorite rasgulla. You're about to eat it, you pick it, it's near your mouth, and somebody snatches it away and takes it. Okay? Now, how will you react? Right? So, this is exactly what happened to him. So, now, why was Rama able to do that at his age? Because he was in the ashram of Vasishtha, where he was taught all of this. Now, if this can be taught in our primary schools, you're not going to have these issues of anger, depression, all of this later on. We have just converted anger, depression into another business. It's a next big opportunity. That's how people describe it, right? But this opportunity, we don't want this opportunity. We would rather not have an opportunity at all by having the ability to inhibit ourselves. Sanyama. Where is Samyama is not there. Dhamma. All of them, Shama, Dhamma is not there. There was a time when all of these were very, very commonplace, to the point that nobody even considered this as part of education. It was considered as default. Your default value is Shama, Dhamma. Okay? Maithili Sharan Gupta ji has a very nice poem where he says, Jnana hamara, dhyana hamara, mastak mein man mein tha. Okay? He talks Shama, Dhamma sadhana, nigama radhana, punya tapovan mein tha. Okay. So Shama, Dhamma, all of these Atma Gunas were very natural. And probably I feel that is one reason why it slipped away from educational curriculum over time, because at one point of time it was taken for granted. It was very normal. It was the default value. But then eventually we started to realize that the default was forgotten, and today we are in the state that we are. Right? Oh.
Thank you, sir, and thank you, audience, for your active participation. Now we request Swami Bodhamananda ji to felicitate our guest, Dr. Mohan Raghavan Garu. I request Dr. T.G.K. Murthy sir also accompany Swami Bodhamananda ji in felicitating Dr. Mohan Raghavan Garu. Thank you, Maharaj. I'm extremely... Yes. I now request Dr. T.G.K. Murthy sir, former scientist ISRO, to address the gathering.
ఇంకొంచెం ఓపిక అంతే ఆకలికి ముందు. Aditya is on the way to Surya. So your stomach should wait for dining hall. Then only real value. Value of values. Practical example ikkade dorukutundi meeku. Sanyama కొంచెం ఓపిక పట్టుకోండి. ఎవరెవరు బయటికి వెళ్తున్నారో భోజనం దొరకదు. జాగ్రత్త. నేను ఇక్కడ సిగ్నల్ ఇవ్వాలి వాళ్ళకి వండించండి అని. కొంచెం ఉండే టాపిక్.
पूज्य बोधमया जी महाराज प्रणाम. डॉक्टर मोहन, डॉक्टर देवसेना, डॉक्टर सुमिता राय, and other distinguished teachers, elders, my dear beloved children, youngsters. The topic is past, present, and future. I just say in one sentence, India started education with Sravana, Manana, Nididhyasana, migrated to Macaulay type of education, and then now currently we are in digital education. Digital education leading to artificial intelligence. So this is the world Sravana, Manana, Nididhyasana leading into artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence. Dr. Mohan, he was saying, Samayama, I'll come to this point a little bit. It is a very, very deeper one. Very deeper one. Few sentences I'll say because I am not an expert on education or neither I am qualified for anything, but I will say one story first. Once one professor came, after his talk was over, somebody audience asked, he is a Nobel laureate. Sir, how did you become a Nobel laureate? He said, my mother made me the Nobel laureate. Why your mother is a Nobel laureate? Much bigger than you? Then he said, no, my mother is ordinary housewife. Then how she made you a Nobel laureate? I tell you. My mother, when I was a small child, when I go home and explain, she used to ask, did you put a good question to your teacher? I used to say something. And next day again, she will ask, did you put a good question? He used to say something. And then after, when he was grown, he asked, Amma, I put so many questions. No, my question is, did you put a better question? So she was saying, by having this better and better questions to oneself or to the others, the Nobel laureate found a solution which led him to Nobel Prize. So in the question itself, the answers will be there, which leads to the education. After saying that one, I am standing you in front of you for two reasons. I am not for anything. I am a servant, government servant for 42 years, served in ISRO, and which has sent Chandrayaan 1, Chandrayaan 2, Chandrayaan 3, and many of the things. My mind goes back how the education in scientific organization has come. Vikram Sarabhai, inspired by Swami Vivekananda and studied in Indian Institute of Science. Of course, there is a story behind Indian Institute of Science and Swami Vivekananda again. But the Sarabhai, coming from Indian Institute of Science, he wanted to start science. And then somebody asked, what Sarabhai, India? They say everything very backward. How do you want to go for science? Then he said, India is second to none as far as thinking process of Indian mind is concerned. And then he said, India can do what other countries can do. But I tell you, India can do what other countries cannot do it. Has it come true? Has it come true? India found water on the moon for the first time in the humankind, in the human history itself, which no other country could not find in spite of so many experiments and all. India is the only one country which landed very close to the South Pole in the entire human knowledge, and India is the best, and still people are chasing now to land nearer to the South Pole. India is great, once again. And India is the only country which is producing the fuel from where? From ordinary waste. That is Tanuku in Andhra Pradesh. I am happy I belong to Andhra Pradesh. I am proud of it because from this Andhra Pradesh Tanuku, the sugarcane factory, the solid propellant is coming, which no other country makes so cheap, so efficient, so wonderful thing. That is the best of India. And India is the only one country which started when they don't have equipment, taking the satellites on the bullock cart and going onto the moon, very proudly saying Pragnan and Vikram. The Pragnan is there. The journey is from a bullock cart to the Pragnan. So I like that if I keep on telling my great teachers, it is the education that what they gave for their employees, education beyond education. That what Einstein says, when all your education, what you learn from your colleges, schools, universities and all is forgotten. The remaining thing is the education. So that education, our forefathers in Department of Space has given. What is that? I will come to that one later. This is as a humble servant of Government of India for 42 years. And then now I retired. Now I came fortunately, into the fold of the Holy Trinity, Sri Ramakrishna, Ma and Swami Vivekananda. I am a humble devotee of Ramakrishna Math. And what I learned, the education that I have not learned in my formal education, my life is very simple, peaceful, happy, and joyful. Even at the age I stand in front of you. My wife passed away recently, but still, with courage, I stand before you saying that, yes, it is all the mother's will. All the mother's will happen. There is no doubt about that one. Have that faith. Have that faith. Having said that, my dear friends, I'll come to this Samayamaha. What is this Samayamaha? What is this Samayamaha? Is Samayamaha used? Yes. I don't know. My interpretation may be slightly different, but I will give a different thing. Bodhmayana Maharaj, he said, Murthy has written a book on Swami Vivekananda, Intuitive Scientist. And Swami Vivekananda has gone for the formal science of education. Yes or no? No. Srinivas Ramanujam, has he gone to the educational institutions for study of his higher mathematics? No. But Srinivas Ramanujam, even till today, even for the artificial intelligence, his mathematics is still beyond that artificial intelligence. The authors cannot be found out. That is Srinivasa Ramanujam. That is India. That is the children of all you of India. You are proud. I am proud that I am standing in front of the Indians. And then Swami Vivekananda, a spiritual person, how he became a scientist. How he became a scientist. Is there an education for that one? Yes, there is an education. Whether it is science or spirituality, yama, niyama, pratyahara, dharana, dhyana are common. A scientist must have, or education must have, yama, niyama. Some principles must be there in life. The values must be there. And then something must be given away. Pratyahara and dharana have some concentration. With what? With your physical thing? Sit down and have concentration? No. I will come to this, a little bit funny story about this one. And after that, dharana then comes for the educationalist, for the scientist, for whosoever it is, some value. And for spiritual people, when they go beyond that one, samayama happens. In that samayama, what happens is the pratibha, the intuition that happens. So Swami Vivekananda, after having the Nirvikalpa Samadhi of his spiritual knowledge under the teacher, when once he reaches to that point, for him, anything, everything, just like a torchlight you put, the answer will be known. He became a scientist of what he has predicted on physics, chemistry, biology, zoology. After 125 years, they got nearly some 15 Nobel Prizes were there. Galileo said, the whole planets are running around, one after the other orbiting. People did not believe. That is intuitive power. But Newton has to come after 150 years to say what Galileo said was correct. Similarly, what Swami Vivekananda has said 125 years back or 150 years back, they have to wait for 100 years for the scientists who got the formal education. With values or without values, I don't have answer for that. I don't have answer for that. But definitely, Values must be there, or otherwise they cannot become scientists. I'm 100% sure about that one. So, this higher type of the thing, for this one, is there any science? For this samayama, is there any science? Dharana, dhyana, yama, niyama, dharana, dhyana. For samayama, is there any science? Or in your Vedanta it is there, so you are telling, you are repeating of your stories. No. There was Roger Sperry, he got a Nobel Prize. He did Nobel Prize on neurological sciences. And his science was, 5 minutes? For 5 minutes, Maharaj said, I will stop in 4 minutes. You see, each one of us brain. And suppose we are wandering outside, our brain is not there, our mind is not there. So we are keeping our brain and mind, I am sure, everything all in hall and locked up. Now, there is Roger Sperry, he said, the left brain and right brain activity. Left brain is for logic, reason, analysis, cause, and effect. The right brain activity is for emotions, values, principles, creativity. It has been well proven. Now, our educational system, ancient one, it is a balanced, the left hand, left brain and right brain. Swami Vivekananda belongs to that one. The linear, cause and effect, simultaneously creativity, imagination, values, principles, everything is there. But why we don't have? Because, funnily, when the left brain is awake, the right brain will be sleeping. When the right brain is sleeping, left brain awakes. Daytime, left brain awakes and right brain sleeps. So we don't learn moral values, we don't listen to other values and all the other things. Night time, the left brain sleeps, right brain comes up and the dreams will come. For good people, good dreams will come. For the other people, other dreams they come. Whatever it is. But those who have practiced the yama, niyama, dharana, dhyana, then the samadhi and the samayama, at that stage, both the left brain and right brain are balanced. When once they are balanced, what they become, the Einsteins, what they become, Srinivas Ramanujans, what they become, Swami Vivekananda, what they become, what you want your children to become. Do you want your children to become like that? Then do you want to ask whether shall my children to have these things or not? My dear friends, last one word I say, in the education, as I see, it is two types. One is formal education, second one is informal education. Informal education starts from the day when the baby is born, in the hands of the mother, in the lap of the mother. Informal education starts with the mother, and informal education goes up to the point of dying. Informal education will never go away, come whatsoever it is. But formal education, it goes all ups, downs, and all the other things. All various things will happen. So, my dear friends, be proud to be Indians. Be proud to be Indians. Be proud to read the ancient literature. In the ancient literature, all these things are available. Be proud to read that one. Synthesized with the modern thing. Have the science and spirituality, have the combination of the East, have the combination of the West, combine both the things. That is what future India is going to be. Swami Vivekananda, 1892, he has seen very clearly. He says, I saw India very clearly with my eyes, sitting on the throne with pristine glory of its ancient India. That ancient India, pristine glory is coming. The answer, if you ask me, is it true? The only answer I can tell you is that Chandrayaan found water on the moon. Chandrayaan 3 landed Pragnan and Vikram, and human manned missions are there, and many more missions are there. Many of the children in artificial intelligence, Indians are going to take the lead. Thank you very much, my dear friends. Thank you.
Revered Swami Bodhamananji Maharaj, Atmavidananji Maharaj, and Kasturi Maharaj, and all the dignitaries, as well as the audience. Swamiji said, Vivekananda said, it is a sin to preach religion on an empty stomach. I will not take more than 8 minutes. There were 5 minutes. Done, Maharaj. See, I'm here to report what the discussion went on between me and the panelists, the student panelists. Basically, I opened the talk with 5 questions. What is the purpose of education? Are they happy in the present education system? And what is the counselor or teacher's role in the education? And then role of technology. Finally, NEP 2020. When it comes to education, all of that, the purpose, they agreed that it is basically for job and preparation for life. One said that it is for purifying the heart and soul. Quoted Swamiji also. And one gentleman said that it is to prepare for setbacks at the same time, honing moral knowledge, skill, discrimination, viveka. And when it comes to happiness, it was 50-50. Many of them felt that happiness of learning is not limited to the classrooms. I agreed with them. And few felt it is stressful. And curriculum, they had a lot to say about the curriculum. They want the syllabus to be updated. And they also said that it depends on the students to feel happy or not happy in the learning process. When it came to counselor and teacher's role, what they found was it is a generalized system where individual attention is not provided. Though the teachers honestly try to help, sometimes it so happens that the students are stratified as good learners, average learners, and poor learners. So that pulls them down at times. They felt that counseling is a must, and teachers must encourage knowledge in application. And they also felt that teachers should be inclusive in imparting the education. When it came to technology, they said that it must be used with discrimination. Emotional intelligence is now interfered with the technological gadgets that we need to be very careful. Though technological advancement is good, it improves efficiency. Distraction is also there, but it can be countered. One thing I assured them was, artificial intelligence may be there, but the intelligence cannot be artificial. Artificial intelligence is going to stay, but actual intelligence cannot be artificial. And when it came to NEP 2020, I was surprised, Swamiji, the panel was very interactive and they were very enthusiastic in sharing the ideas. They thought that it is impressive, it tries to be inclusive, but implementation is a challenge. Look at this. These are the futures of India. They have already identified the bottlenecks. And digitization, they felt that NEP is focusing on digitization, and education is inclusive, more inclusive in NEP, and it is made more accessible. It focuses on personality development and co-curricular activities. What they found very happy was that it has removed streams, like one has to study only these 3 subjects to be a graduate in this area, like that. No. They can choose subjects, and also there is a multiple exit and entry. They were all happy with that. but they're also speculative about practical implementation. With that, I end my talk. Of what? Yeah. See, what I felt is that education, though job is the focus, skilling, I'll tell you, I'll give you a statistics. There are 88 lakh graduates from India. Every year they graduate, 88 lakhs. Out of 88, 8 are getting employed in private and public sectors. What about the other 80 lakhs? That is the major challenge. Why it is happening so? There is a big disparity. Last week, I was in one of the prestigious universities where the auditorium is bigger than this. It's fully air conditioned. And you can't even imagine 5-star facilities for the hostel students. That is one part of the story. Bijapur MP is calling me almost every week saying that rural students, technical graduates, are not finding employment because of lack of communication skill. So if you just pass 10 kilometers from Hyderabad, I can tell you that students lack a lot of skills. So skilling should be the mantra of the new age in education. Whether at home or at school, identify the child's capacity, what makes the child happy doing something. You identify that, encourage the child to grow in that area. So, and definitely the child will be a successful individual if it is encouraged that way. So skilling is very important. That's what I am trying to put across. Thank you so much. And these boys and girls with whom I interacted, I am very happy, Swamiji.
Yes. One of our panelists will be expressing her feelings on the panel discussion. I invite Pratima from Badruka College to speak to the audience.
A very good afternoon, one and all. I am Pratima Jhavar. I am currently pursuing my undergraduation in Badruka College of Commerce and Arts. To be told, this is an excellent opportunity that we have got to come here, understand different perspectives from such great leaders, and indulge in a productive session on the discussion of today's education. To start with, I'll tell you what is education for me. Education for me is not something we pursue for to settle in a job. It is something that will prepare you for life. We can tell a person is truly educated when he or she knows that whatever is to be done should be done in a right and ethical way. To be told, we had a discussion on national education policy with all the other panelists, and we concluded this session telling that if our national education policy that is designed by government in a very intricate way is brought into action in a very established way, this could make India from a developing into a developed nation for sure. And I look forward for that future. Thank you.
A very pleasant afternoon to everyone. I'm Siddhi Singh and I'm from DPS Nacharam, and I was part of the Yuva Sangharsh contest last year. Firstly, a very, very big thank you, sir. I remain grateful for the opportunity to be one of the panelists. I don't think I have to summarize because Pratima has done a great job in expressing what we as students look forward to. But I said this on stage there when we were having the discussion. I'll say this now. I think education is a very personal thing. I come from a family that places paramount importance on education. So education to me is what helps me see things and helps me develop my perspective, which in turn reflects how I see myself, which is one reason why I think education's a very personal thing to everyone. We talk about education system helping students in today's world, and as students, I think we can give you a very truthful reflection of what we believe in. And I will say this, I think what all of us really hope for as students is that the education system that we have today transforms into one that is a little more inclusive of our interests, and at the same time doesn't compromise on the good aspects that it does carry forward, that it's carried forward with it for all these years. And with that, I'll conclude. Thank you so much, everyone. Have a good day.
Thank you. Thank you, Siddhi. And now we'll be moving for the lunch prasadam. Before that, few announcements are to be made. And I thank Swami Bodhamanandaji for conducting this program, and I also thank all the esteemed guests present here, senior monks, faculty members, students, teachers, everyone, for creating this event a grand success. We look forward for you for the upcoming events. That is, tomorrow we are having the 24th Foundation Day celebrations of the Vivekananda Institute of Human Excellence in this Math premises. And on 11th September, we are having the celebrations of Swamiji's Chicago address as well. So all are welcome. And also on the Chicago, on the 11th September, we are having a youth convention at Vivekananda Institute of Human Excellence. We request all the students and teachers as well as make time and come here and be part of our celebrations. Yes. So on 11th, from 10 to 11, we have Sharat Sagar sir. He is the CEO, founder of Dexterity Global. And then we have revered Swami Atma Vidanandaji Maharaj. And on 11th, we are also having Dr. TGK Murthy sir as our guest speaker. So we request you all to be present tomorrow and day after as well and make the program's grand success. 10 o'clock. So on 10 September and 11 September, the program will be beginning on at 10 a.m. in the Math premises itself. And I thank each and everyone, the staff and the volunteers as well, for making this program a grand success. Thank you, everyone. So there are few announcements to be made regarding the prasadam distribution. The prasadam distribution for all the ladies has been arranged at Puja Mandapam. The volunteers will guide you to the Puja Mandapam. And for gents, the lunch prasadam is arranged at publication department. Our volunteers are there and they will guide you. All the gents will go from the backside door of this auditorium, and all the ladies will move from your right and my left of this auditorium to the Puja Mandapam. After the lunch prasadam, I request all the faculty members, teachers to assemble near VIHE and collect the link for the e-certificate, and later on you can pass it on to your students. So after the lunch prasadam, I request all the faculty members to approach VIHE office and collect the link for the certificates.
Just a minute, all the heads of institutions and our guests also, along with Brahmamji, please proceed to the different venue for lunch. Those who have been invited, heads of institutions, etc., please proceed. Announce.
For all the heads of the institutions and guests, the venue is at VIHE shed.
Please follow BSN Murthy and Brahmamji.
Our faculty sir, BSN Murthy sir, will be accompanying you towards the venue. And there is one lost and found announcement. A credit card of Union Bank on the name Gundapalli Vara has been found in this auditorium. Wherever you are, Gundapalli Vara, please approach VIHE office to collect your credit card.
Om Shanti 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 Harihi Om Tat Sat Sri Ramakrishna Arpanamastu Loka Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu. Thank you. Namaste. Vandanam. Welcome tomorrow and welcome on Monday morning, Vivekananda Chicago Address Day also. Thank you. Namaste.
Volunteers, please guide our participants towards their respective venues. All the gents will be moving from the back door and all the ladies will moving from the right sort of the auditorium. Thank you.